Ilrita, I mean, the Soviets weren't exactly saving us last time either. You can blame Trotsky for that one. Yeah, no, sister to all, 10 minutes sounds about right, considering I keep starting 10 minutes after I start pre-stream rather than waiting the full 15. So next time we'll only have the 10 minutes. Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing today? Do you feel like we're winning yet? Ilrita, I love how you jump on stream early to reply to me. I feel special. I blame Trotsky for enough as it is. Well, to be fair, I can't help but not reply when I see something. So it's not necessarily you, but you should feel special. That's good. Maggots at work with very little to say. At least 3 of our customers simply shut down their facilities. Amazing winning. Yeah, we're gonna see a lot of that. What's up, Erratic Cookie? Just kidding off work, that's fair. I have the same impulses. It's hard not to, you know? So, we got a lot to cover today. Today was supposed to be Foreign Policy Day, and it still will be. But we will be talking about the tariffs first. There's a lot of there's a lot of consequences for our actions. But first, would you guys like to see something incredibly funny? So, Ashley St. Clair, who is Elon Musk's baby mama, or rather one of Elon Musk's several baby mamas, and she has been complaining that he's not paying child support. And so he put a tweet out saying, I don't know if the kid is mine or not, but I'm not against finding out. No court order is needed. Despite not knowing for sure, I've given Ashley $2.5 million, and I'm sending her $500,000 a year. I'm not sure how true that is, considering she's complaining about him not paying child support, but Maury Povich, coming in with the wanna find out tweet. I would give so much of my time and money to see Elon Musk on the Maury Povich show. It would be incredible. It would be an event of a lifetime, actually, in my personal opinion. What did I have up next? Oh, yes. So, before we get into the tariff stuff, I hope anyone who's living in, I don't know, Kansas, Arkansas, Tennessee, like the Midwest is safe, because it's getting bad out there. It's getting really, really bad out there. Now, of course, like, the increase in severity for storms is partially attributed to climate change, but you have to remember that we are basically recreating the Dust Bowl again, as we are cutting down a lot of the trees that we planted, and a lot of the shrubbery, bushes, the plants that we put in place to prevent the Dust Bowl are slowly withering away and dying, or just entirely being cut down, which is allowing for stuff like this to get worse.
Confirmed dead after a tornado outbreak ripped through the South and the Midwest. The danger not over yet.
That's insane. Already, just first image, and it's cars flipped over on trees. Like, these cars were moved up into the air and thrown somewhere.
Severe storms are still on the move, with tens of millions of Americans in their path. You're looking at the destruction there in
I believe the death toll has risen from 5 to 6. Death toll for Midwest storms. Just double check. Yeah, it's 6 now.
Arkansas. That's where a massive tornado touched down. The monster twister, all caught on camera. You see it. We're told it lifted debris 30,000 feet up into the air. Listen to this.
30,000 feet is where planes fly. Like, you are flying at cruising altitude at 30,000 feet. Like, this shit is insane. What if the chances that all of those rockets being sent through the ozone layer create the storms? They don't help, but yeah, 30,000 feet long like Homo sapien. You are now flying with commercial aircraft in your car that got picked up by a tornado.
Man who was praying for his life as he came face to face with that tornado.
God, keep it going away. Keep it going away, please, God.
Like, Elon's rockets that explode going up into space aren't exactly great for the environment, but that's not what's causing this. Yes, climate change is impacting how severe these are, but again, we have tornadoes in the Midwest all the time. It's called Tornado Alley. It's the layout of the land is flat. There's not much in the way for wind to stop. And this is going to get worse. We're going to see 1930s-esque Dust Bowl shit happening in, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas again. I would be praying for my life too if I saw that.
And even more tornadoes are possible today. More than 30 million Americans are at risk, from Texas all the way down to Pennsylvania. NBC News correspondent
going all the way up to Washington, the tornado risk. All we got was some flooding here. Good. I'm glad. You guys are safe. Please hit DC. Yeah, I want to see the biggest tornado in American history just hit DC. All of DC. Pennsylvania Avenue, sure, but
The Park has more.
Tear it down.
Overnight, severe storms slamming the South and Midwest, spawning
You know what? I
terrifying
might
tornadoes.
too.
They took direct tornado hit tonight.
Parts of northeast Arkansas completely decimated. This massive twister caught on camera near Lake City after the National Weather Service issued its highest possible warning for the area. A tornado.
Yep, the deep state is actually creating these. It's the Democratic hurricane machine again, but now we're doing tornadoes. I'd spontaneously learn Arabic, same.
Emergency. The twister tearing through the small town, violently tossing cars and trucks like toys.
Yeah. like toys.
Been overturned, severe injuries right here.
And damaging dozens of homes and businesses. Powerful winds causing destruction in multiple states. Kentucky's governor issuing this urgent warning.
Now, you guys know that FEMA's gone, right? Like, you're not getting any help from the government if this is your house after a storm. So good luck to these people. It's not like the insurance companies are actually going to help you either. So I guess you're fucked. The fact that this is even being on the news is surprising because we've had fires all over the country. This has been happening for weeks and it hasn't been on the news. Remember the tornadoes on top of the 14,000 feet mountains? Completely normal? Yeah, completely normal for a tornado to pick up your car and throw it 30,000 feet into the air to cruising altitude as well. Imagine, like, you're in a car and you collide with a fucking aircraft in the air.
The system coming at us is as bad of a forecast as I've seen as governor, and that's saying something.
In Missouri, a tornado ripping roofs off of houses. In central Indiana, winds knocked trees into power lines and buildings and caused a roof of this warehouse to collapse, trapping a woman inside.
We also call in a few rotators to help lift that heavy debris off.
These firefighters are volunteers. Everyone else who's going to help you is now having to be a volunteer. There's no payment coming from the government. There's no FEMA. There's no National Guard being deployed here to help. Maybe if it gets bad enough and it hits a MAGA-like hotspot, maybe they'll deploy the National Guard for some show. Along like Homo sapien. Oh, I remember there was this guy in like the late 90s. He talked about this thing called climate change. He even ran for president. He almost won, but he didn't. I wonder where we would be. That would be the good timeline, long like Homo sapien. If Al Gore won, America would be in a much better position. For the very least, we would be the global exporter of solar panels, for one. Oh, thank you for the sub, Jejex. Very much appreciated. Guys, you gotta support your favorite streamer. We gotta buy rice and beans, too. Air traffic control. My collision avoidance system is activating altitude 30,000. Looks like a Ford Bronco. Please advise.
Off of her.
And possible twisters coming to Tennessee. Guests sheltering in the basement of a Nashville hotel. And those twisters are wreaking havoc amid what the National Weather Service termed a once-in-a-generation flooding event, with millions under flood watches today.
Sub will do.
Back in Arkansas, the governor declaring a state of emergency as residents wake up to see the destruction firsthand.
That's so mean, Simply Steve. I've been telling y'all to stock up on beans and rice for months.
Kathy Park, NBC News.
No, but I get your feeling. Honestly, most streamers, I agree with you. Generally. So, just to really, hammer in the fact that this is fascism. This is an 80-year-old woman. An 80-year-old woman. Lynn McFarland for standing her ground against a bill that would deny education to immigrant children. A bill to deny education to immigrant children. This is what happens to the 80-year-old woman who stands up. Stand up. 6 cops. Hey, get out of the way. They literally lift her up and carry her out. 7 cops, actually. This is what, it's 8 cops. Ah, there it is. 8 cops is true. This is what happens when you stand up against, the regime. Even if you're 80 years old. I'm sure they feel tough. Yeah. I hope to see all of these people at Nuremberg one day. Still the least violent cop interaction I've ever seen. Well, I mean, she's 80, and there was about 1 billion cameras on them, so, like, I'm sure they were terrified, but they're still evil. Now, let's talk about the markets. Guys, how are we doing today? Is America liberated?
The markets today are way down. The worst day in years.
If you can't hear because of the airplane, the question is the markets are not doing great today. They're like the furthest down they've been in a year.
The markets today are way down. The worst day in years.
Worst day in years.
So, how's it going?
I think it's going very well. It was an operation,
like when a patient gets operated on, and it's a big thing. I said this would exactly be the way it is. We have $6 or $7 trillion coming into our country.
He thinks it's doing great. He operated on a patient, I guess, in his mind, and this is after the operation. Everything's doing great. He's happy. This is exactly the way he thought it would go, in fact.
And we've never seen anything like it. The markets are going to boom. The stock is going to boom. The country is going to boom. And the rest of the world...
Your O2's down to 4%. The markets are going to boom, though. That's true.
Markets are going to boom. The stock is going to boom. The country is going to boom.
The country is
the rest
definitely
of the world
going
wants
boom.
To see, is there any way they can...
I didn't think surgeons walked in, shot the patient, and walked out, but I'm not a doctor. Yeah. Go boom. He means go boom. Yeah. That's what the markets are doing. Here, let's, another reporter asking about, people who are upset about their 401ks. I sure hope none of you have, a 401k. If you do, I hope you go check it. What's up, Shardspork? And Bulletproof Bullet, good to see y'all.
Yes, we have a very good dialogue. And I think he was very happy about how we treated them with tariffs.
Sir, there are a lot of people who were upset about how the Daily Mail.
I love how he asks who you're with now because he won't take questions from media that isn't regime.
Were upset about how the Daily Mail. A lot of people were upset today about how their 401ks were doing. Do you have investments? Were you looking at
I think our markets are going to boom. We've got to give it a little chance, but we're taking in jobs, and we're taking in industry, and we're taking in trillions of dollars. I think our markets are going to boom. We've got to give it a little bit of time, but they've already started construction on numerous plants. So
yeah.
There'll be many.
So he just ignored the question on 401ks, basically. So I hope if you do have a 401k, you've checked it. And I don't know what you can even do at this point. Honestly, I don't have advice for you guys. Just lie and say your Newsmax. At this point, why not? Honestly, he lies all the time. Just say your Newsmax. We're gonna lose 5 million jobs in the next 3 months. That's a conservative estimate. Stickers for cookies. This is like weight loss being achieved through amputating your legs with a train. Kinda. So, this is what the market's closed on. Let's have a look. The Dow down 4% at nearly 1,700 points. The S&P down nearly 5% at 274. The Nasdaq down 6% at 1,000. But let's look at pre-market. Let's look at the after hours. Let's see what they look like right now. Well, they keep going down. Another 200 down, another 25, another 77. But the pre-market implied open is not looking good. Even after the market closes, there's no rallying happening. They tried to rally this at the end. This was actually nearly at 1,800 at one point. The markets went off a cliff, but we can safely say that they haven't hit the bottom yet, so they're fine. Yeah, so the markets aren't going to hit the bottom. Not yet. We're getting there. We have to wait for the retaliation to come in first. Dow's down 5% today, and what has it been for the last 10 days? Down over 10%? Kinda, yeah. The Dow's been going down all month. So is the S&P, and so is the Nasdaq. We're down, what, 2,000 points on the Dow at the very least? There's a world where markets can be green as fuck, records high, while everyone's broke and unemployed. Well, I mean, that's what they're building. That's the world. The end can only come when you hit the bottom. Well, we haven't hit the bottom yet, but I just wish to remind you that 40 years ago, there was a movie that came out called Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I've never seen this movie, but I've seen this clip, and it kind of just describes exactly what is happening.
In 1930, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives, in an effort to alleviate the effects of the, anyone? The Great Depression, passed the, anyone? The tariff bill, the Hawley-Smoot
I have a George W. Bush
Act,
clip that I was going to show you.
Anyone raised or lowered, raised tariffs in an effort to collect more revenue for the federal government. Did it work? Anyone?
I don't care if he's a Trump supporter. We're talking about the movie.
Anyone know the effects? It did not work, and the United States sank deeper into the Great Depression. In 1930,
Yeah, it didn't work. I mean, really quickly, just because you mentioned, oh yes, actually, I do have that clip right here. Remember when we used to think that George W. Bush was incredibly stupid?
What's interesting about our country, if you study history,
To be fair, he is, but
is that there are some isms that occasionally pop up. One is isolationism, and its evil twin protectionism, and its evil triplet nativism. So if you study the 20s, for example, there was an American First policy that said, who cares what happens in Europe? Well, what happened in Europe mattered eventually because of World War II. There was Smoot-Hawley, which was a part of an economic policy, which basically said we don't want trade. In other words, let's throw up barriers. And there was an immigration policy that I think during this period argued we had too many Jews and too many Italians, therefore we should have no immigrants. And my point to you is we've been through this kind of period.
You guys see any similarities here to what is exactly happening today? The second Bush-Gore debate will shock you. Bush could be very clever. I swear he was replaced by a pod person. No, I know. He wasn't as dumb as we thought at the time. And he does absolutely... He sounds like a genius compared to Trump. But I want you to hear this again, because this is exactly what's happening. W was supported by the same ghouls. They just didn't have the power yet. Absolutely. But W himself wasn't ideologically an ANCAP. Like, he wasn't Peter Thiel. He wasn't Elon Musk. He was a capitalist. He was a soft power neocon fascist, but this is different.
Pop up. One is isolationism.
Isolationism, which is the main thing that MAGA is pushing.
And its evil twin protectionism.
Protectionism, which is what all these tariffs are.
And its evil triplet nativism.
And nativism. All of these are being applied right now. Bush was definitely hard power. He was hard power overseas, and yes, there was some hard power applied in the US with like the Patriot Act, but I still consider him mostly soft power. Wasn't he drunk? I mean, he drank occasionally. He did coke at some point. Like, there was jokes about him doing coke and drinking whiskey while hiding in a treehouse during Hurricane Katrina. He wasn't a good president, but like, yeah.
So if you study the 20s, for example, there was...
I mean, so was Donald Trump.
There was an American First policy that said, who cares what happens in Europe?
He was sober by this point.
Well, what happened in Europe mattered eventually because of World War II. There was Smoot-Hawley, which was a part of an economic policy, which basically said we don't want trade. In other words, let's throw up barriers. And there was an immigration policy that I think during this period argued we had too many Jews and too many Italians, therefore we should have no immigrants.
I actually believe that Donald Trump hasn't drank alcohol. I can see him being the type who would prefer drugs over alcohol. To be fair, I don't like drinking either. Fuck, hold on, it's really cold in here. Let me go grab a jacket really quickly, and then we'll get on the tariffs. It was so hot here for like weeks. I mean, obviously now it's autumn here, but it was a massive drop in temperature that I just was not expecting. I don't like drinking. That doesn't mean I don't do it on occasion. I mean, same, but like, I believe him that he hasn't drank. I think he would always just choose drugs over alcohol. I can see that. For some reason. I can't justify why I believe that, but I can. Hey, at least the container we're getting tomorrow cleared customs before the bullshit took effect. Nice, Trundo. Good. Right, all right. So everyone who was saying that they used ChatGPT to find out like how to do the tariffs was correct yesterday. This might be the first large-scale application of AI technology in geopolitics. 4.0, 03 High, Gemini 2.5 Pro, and Claude 3.7, and Grok all give the same answer to the question on how to impose tariffs easily. Essentially, what this did is it took our trade deficit and then made the tariffs out of that, which in and of itself is incorrect and incredibly stupid, which goes to show you why I shouldn't trust AI. But I mean, it also added uninhabited islands for this shit. Trump would constantly brag about how much alcohol if he actually drank. Yeah, I agree. He would totally do that. He would bring out alcohol like in front of him. He would incorporate that into his speech because alcohol's normalized. It's not like Coke. But yeah, so AI was used to do these tariffs and it fucked them up real bad. This is why you shouldn't trade AI. It was like trade deficit divided by 2 plus 10% or some shit like that. So they used ChatGPT to draft the fucking tariff policy. Well, Shardspork, I can't say that for sure, but if you word the question correctly, like, how would you impose tariffs on other countries in relation to our deficit, and you ask any of the available AI models, they all give you the same answer. So, yeah, basically, they use ChatGPT, but they probably used Grok, honestly, but Grok is what decided the tariff policy. Sounds like Big Balls did it. Maybe. Who knows? American Century of Humiliation. Here we go. That is what we're in now. This is the century of humiliation. And believe me, like, it's humiliating. Some of the stuff that we're gonna see is insanity. I mean, like, this is worse than anything I've ever seen. So the operation is over. The patient lived and is healing. The prognosis is the patient will be far stronger, bigger, better, and more resilient than ever. Make America great again. This guy is mentally ill. The idea of, oh, I've done surgery on the United States, like, the patient got shafted. Yeah, you killed the patient, Donald Trump. And to really just put salt in the wound, they had Rudy Giuliani ring the opening bell at the stock market today. Rudy Giuliani, who, by the way, went bankrupt and is a disgraced lawyer who's no longer allowed to practice law in New York, they let him ring the market's bell. Like, here you go. You know, we fucked all of you. Just let's make sure that you all know it. Every man I know says that they never drank, are also the same men that will sexually assault a woman without hesitation. That's why they stay sober. I'm not sure about that correlation, but I can see it. I mean, I don't really know that many people that don't drink, so I can't give my own personal viewpoint on that. But remember how cool the CIA and FBI hackers actually wrote code and built cool scripts and stuff? Now they just run text through AI. Well, I mean, nobody writes code anymore. Even Silicon Valley isn't hiring people for coding jobs. They just have AI do it. The most pettiest, aggravating bullshit aspect of this is that Trump has an economics degree from Wharton. This is his field. He came out of the most neoliberal right-wing era of economics. The thing is, Matty Holmes, is Donald Trump never paid attention in class. He didn't care. He didn't learn anything. Whatever he learned from his father. The man bankrupted 6 companies. I don't know. It's like, you expect him to know anything? And then here's Lutnick. This is the craziest shit that I've ever heard. Lutnick's, like, explanations for what's happening here.
In a few days, we're about to see
prices I don't even know how to put this into words. I'm sorry. Like, I know I'm struggling and I feel like I'm rambling, but I don't know how to put this insanity into words that make sense.
In a few days, we're about to see prices go up at the grocery store. What do you say to those Americans?
I don't think that's going to happen.
You don't
the reason
think,
it's going to happen,
it won't happen?
Watch. No one can guarantee anything, but that's very nice. Thank you. I wish I could guarantee whatever you'd like. But the fact is, wait, let's take one moment. Wait. You asked me a question. Let's go through it, okay? Our farmers are blocked from selling almost anywhere. We can't, 1.4 billion people in India, and we can't sell them corn. Europe won't let us sell beef. Australia won't let us sell beef. Why?
Well, because of the hormonal chemicals. Our corn is banned pretty much all over Europe because it has carcinogens in it, and our beef isn't bought by Europe or Australia because they have better beef. Australian beef is infinitely better because we have food standards and, you know, America doesn't. Yeah. When my parents came to Australia, I brought them to a KFC, which is notoriously disgusting in America. KFC is pretty popular here. And my dad hadn't eaten KFC in like 20 years. And this man will still to this day talk up how good Australian KFC is, how good Australian beef and lamb is. American food is dog shit.
chemicals.
Yeah, no, that's not why. It's because they want to just protect. I know. They want to say, oh, what, the seeds are different, right? Other people in the world are using seeds that insects. Come on, this is nonsense.
As in, like, we use seeds that are specifically genetically engineered by Monsanto so that when you grow a crop, it doesn't produce more seeds. So you have to buy more seeds from Monsanto, and you can't just replant your crop like farmers have done for all of human history in agriculture, as well as you have to use special Monsanto pesticides that will kill everything except the specifically genetically modified strains of, like, plants that you bought from Monsanto. I had Domino's Pizza on Northern Ireland. It was 1 billion times better than US Domino's Pizza. True. Same here.
This is all nonsense. What happens is they block our markets. When we open those markets, our volumes grow, our farmers will thrive, and the price of groceries will come down.
The markets are more blocked now than they ever have been before, as we're about to see.
Let Donald Trump run the global economy. He knows what he's doing. He's been talking about it for 35 years. You got to trust Donald Trump in the White House.
In a few days.
We got to let Donald Trump run the global economy. Not only do they want to bankrupt America, they want to bankrupt the planet. Let Donald Trump control the global economy. Now, this right here, this is mental illness.
I mean, the European Union won't take chicken from America. They won't take lobsters from America. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak. I mean, the European Union won't take chicken from America. They won't take lobsters.
Our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
From America, they hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak.
I don't like the way this guy talks about meat. I think he just wants to fuck a cow now. Yeah. Yeah. This is creepy. If they believe in isolationism, why do they care about the global economy? Here's the full transcript, right? So we got to... Yeah, about here. Exactly. Our cows are too powerful, too majestic. Have you ever seen a Texas Longhorn? They can't handle it. Their cows sip mineral water and do yoga. So the issue isn't hormones or food safety, it's cow insecurity? Lutnick, 100%. And now they're talking about seeds like, oh, your cows eat the wrong genetically modified corn. Since when did corn become controversial? My God, you're talking about how our cows are powerful and majestic, and the EU cows can't handle it. Apparently, yeah, EU cows are too woke and do yoga and sip mineral water. Can anyone show me a cow doing yoga? I would very much love to see this. Superior race, the master race of Aryan cows. This is global beef discrimination, seed shaming. They say, oh, your cows eat the corn that bugs don't eat. Well, yeah, that's the point. We don't want bugs to eat it. You're yelling about bugs and corn now. I'm yelling about freedom. These trade barriers are culinary protectionism. You think the French are banning us because of science? No, they're mad we don't age our cheese in a cave and write poetry to it. My God, guys, we're so dumb. We're the dumbest country in the world. Americans believe this shit. So what's the solution? Easy. We tariff their wine, their cheese, and their boring beef until they cave. Nothing says diplomacy like a meat ultimatum. Exactly. Stake the peace. Holy shit. Sir, please do not fuck the cow. Please do not fuck the cow. We are actually in the Dark Ages. It's 1100 AD. Holy shit. Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. We're gonna stop doing crop rotations. We're gonna stop putting fertilizer on crops because someone's gonna say, what, you wanna shit on the crops? The GOP is 30 seconds away from declaring them to be cheese-eating surrender bovines. I can't believe that I'm reading what I'm reading.
In a few days, we're about to see prices go up at the grocery store.
Price of groceries.
They cut the clip even.
Australia won't let us sell beef. Why?
Hormonal chemicals.
Yeah, no, that's not why. It's because they want to just protect. I know they want to say, oh, what, the seeds are different, right?
Our cows are too powerful and too majestic. I will never forget that line. That's broken me. And again, let him run the global economy.
Let Donald Trump run the global economy. He knows what he's doing. He's been talking about it for 35 years. You got to trust Donald Trump in the White House. That's why they put him there. Let him fix it.
We're going to cover
Okay?
China
It's
exhale.
broken.
It's on the list for today, and they finished their military drills yesterday, from what I heard. Yeah, erratic cookie. That comet is not hitting Earth, unfortunately. I feel like we could have used it. Like, you're not wrong, long leg Homo sapien. We really are in 1100 AD. Donald Trump can barely play golf, and that's what he enjoys doing. I feel violated on behalf of those cows. I do too. I like genuinely. They assaulted these cows. But these tariffs are so bad that a bipartisan group of senators, Senators Grassley and Cantwell, have introduced legislation requiring congressional approval for all new tariffs. Like, even Republicans like Grassley are like, no, this has gone too far. Like, we need to grab some control back. Why would you wish the comet to wipe us out? Because it wouldn't have wiped us out. It wasn't big enough. It would be big enough to wipe out, like, maybe... It would have... If it landed in DC, it wouldn't wipe out New York, is what the size of that comet was. And honestly, Exhale, we don't deserve to be alive anymore with this being our politics. We're talking about majestic cows and how Europe has cows that do yoga, okay? Like, it is 1100 AD. You know it's bad when fucking Grassley is falling off? Yeah. Chuck fucking Schumer voted against these, it's true. They said, whoa, sir, you are impacting my treats. Slow your roll. This is going to be the greatest depression, folks. No one's depressing the dollar better than us. I'm always saying that. Honestly, Jacob, you're right. This is going to be worse than the Great Depression. This was worse than every economist expected it to be. You know it's bad when Mitch McConnell voted against it? Yeah. Yeah. Technically, the Senate voted to cancel the tariffs to Canada, although I don't know what's going to happen with that. I've seen the Simpsons thing. April 12th is coming up. We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, let's look at Mike Johnson.
You have to trust the president's instincts on the economy, okay? And why? This isn't blind faith. Remember what he accomplished in the first administration. Before COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, not the U.S.
No, we didn't.
Every demographic was doing better.
Oh, hello. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Zachap. Shout out to Zachap, base streamer. Go drop a follow. Welcome, Raiders. We are just covering the economic news, the tariffs. In fact, you guys are just a second late. I want to show you the most insane thing that I have ever seen. This will be stuck in my mind for eternity, actually. We just went over it. So first, if you haven't seen this clip of the insane mental illness.
I mean, the European Union won't take chicken from America. They won't take lobsters from America. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak. I mean,
But it gets better. If you look at the full transcript. Where is it? Oh, wait, this isn't even the same one. Holy shit, it gets even worse. It gets even worse. Which one was the one where we're talking about, this man wants to fuck the cows, okay? Give me a second. Let me pull up the, right link again. There we go. You're saying Europe banned our beef because they're afraid of it? Exactly. Our cows are too powerful, too majestic. Have you ever seen a Texas Longhorn? They can't handle it. Their cows sip mineral water and do yoga. This is global beef discrimination, seed shaming. Oh, your cows eat corn that the bugs don't eat? Well, yeah, that's the point. We don't want bugs eating it. You're yelling about bugs and corn now. I'm yelling about freedom. These trade barriers are culinary protectionism. You think the French are banning us because of science? No, they're mad that we don't age our cheese in a cave and write poetry about it. He wants the bull to fuck him now? Maybe, honestly. I only made this emote like a week ago, just in time. Perfect emote for this Zachap, actually. Genuinely, perfect. If anyone wants to see the really pretty cows as a palate cleanser, I know India has treats them super good, I suppose. But, I mean, we're not doing great. Mike Johnson, again, trust Donald Trump, the man who's bankrupted 6 companies.
You have to trust the president's instincts on the economy, okay? And why? You don't.
Why?
This isn't blind faith.
They decided these tariffs based on AI. So, like, it's not even the president's instincts, but go on.
Remember what he accomplished in the first administration. Before COVID, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world, not the U.S.,
That's not
the whole
true.
world. Every demographic was doing better. Because we cut taxes, we cut regulations, and we made a better economic environment for everybody to succeed. And he is going about that same plan to bring that about, and tariffs is a component of that. And
It does look like someone shrank Mike Johnson a Raddick cookie. Damn, what's Frankenstein doing in the back? Who the fuck knows? 9-foot tall man, yeah. So, to be clear, this is a shakedown, because we've established before that Donald Trump loves it when you go and beg him for an exemption. And from Eric Trump, I wouldn't want to be the last country that tries to negotiate a trade deal with the real Donald Trump. The first to negotiate will win, the last will absolutely lose. I have seen this movie my entire life. This is a mob shakedown. This is Tony fucking Soprano. And, like, it's all it's ever gonna be. Yeah, from Wall Street Journal, rather. A bigger Washington swamp. Tariffs impose costs that businesses will want to avoid. They will thus be a windfall for Beltway lobbyists as companies and countries seek exemptions from this or that border tax. Mr. Trump is saying that there will be no tariff exemptions, but watch the promise vanish as politicians, including Mr. Trump, see exemptions as a way to leverage campaign contributions from business. Liberation Day is buy another yacht day for the swamp. And of course, like, that was always the goal here, to make the rich richer. This could result in a $3,500 tax increase for most families. A new $3,500 tax would easily erase 3 years' worth of pay raises for most families. Your taxes will go up at minimum $2,100 now. This is Mike Pence, by the way. You know shit's bad when I'm agreeing with Mike Pence. I don't think Americans have much more to steal. Well, that's why we're trying to steal from Europe now, too. We're talking about their woke cows. This is, like, it's gotten so bad that this is MAGA with fucking Marxist rhetoric.
And yet when somebody has the courage to show up and say to Wall Street, screw you, I'm waging class...
Now, first off, let me just clarify that she is entirely mistaken, that Donald Trump is not waging war on Wall Street, but the way that she sees this is through a class analysis.
...warfare on behalf of the American working class, and I'm waging class warfare on behalf of the American working class, and you elites in Wall Street, you do what you need to do, because I'm not going to stop fighting for the American working class.
She is a paid shill, absolutely, and she's lying, and her entire, like, justification for what she's saying is incorrect, but it's funny that, like, even MAGA is talking about a war on the middle class, like, the working class, not even the middle class. She said the working class. Class warfare. Jesus Christ, I can't afford that. Yeah, Shardsbork, I'm sorry, a lot of people can't. This is gonna be hard. I wish we had woke cows in America. I wish we had wokeism back. I love that they're mad that Europe won't buy American guns. That's true, too. By the way, thank you for the follow, Velv. Trump is working for Wall Street, apparently. He is. I mean, some of Wall Street. Some of Wall Street isn't going to have a good time with this, but the uber wealthy are still who wins here. Batya is an agent of division. She says things that are completely contradictory, divide American people in the aid of Russia. I mean, that tracks. That's kind of most of the Republicans these days anyway. But I still do like hearing class consciousness being said by a right-winger. Now, economists now know how scientists felt back when he was pushing hydroxychloroquine. I think this is a pretty apt way of describing the situation. Economists are now learning exactly what scientists learned during COVID. So, obviously, 17,000 deaths, by the way, came from people using hydroxychloroquine during COVID. 17,000. JP Morgan has said that this is going to be the largest tax increase since 1968. This is actually the largest tax increase on the American citizens outside of wartime in American history. This is like they raised your taxes more than has ever been raised in American history outside of wartime. Instead of taxing the rich, obviously, all of your money that you're paying in taxes is going to the rich, because where else would it go? We've cut Social Security, we've cut Medicaid, we've cut Medicare, we've cut Veterans Affairs, we've cut SNAP. There is no social programs. Your tax money, which funded these social programs, where is that tax money going? You're still paying these taxes. In fact, you're going to be paying more than you ever have before. It's going straight to the pockets of these billionaires. Oh, and by the way, some of RFK's lies about vitamin A for measles treatment has resulted in children ending up in the hospital because they're poisoned. So, Massa, make America skint again? Kinda, yeah. The art was theft. The deal was a fuck you. True. I mean, like, U.S. Stocks plunge at market open. Apple went down 8%, Nvidia 6, Tesla 11, Microsoft 8, Amazon 12, JP Morgan 5, 8 for Morgan Stanley, 5 for Wells Fargo, 8 for Bank of America, 11% for Nike. These are necessary pains to end woke. Yep, take that, libs. Oh, by the way, I hope you know that he consulted with the dead on his tariff plans. The president is doing necromancy to decide economic policy now, so the only thing that makes me smile is just a tiny bit of Tesla going down. Well, yeah, you take joy where you can. You know what makes me smile is Bill Burr. Just a little, tiny little, you know, segue off the depressing news. Oh wait, necromancy is on the table. There's some people I want back. Well, apparently it's on the table if you're part of the administration. If it was up to me, yeah, there's a couple people I'd bring back. Grab them out of hell temporarily.
Tell us about your reaction to Luigi Mangione. I was reading up, you know, that perhaps you've been supportive of what he did. What is your take on that?
If you were reading up, I don't think you read up on it. Because I said what I felt about it, and I said what a lot of people said.
Some people took it that way. So could you clarify what you think?
No, I'm not going to just have some controversial moments so you can get clicks. I'm not doing that. I mean, I'm here for Conan. I'm not doing all of this. What are you going to bring up next? The Middle East? I went to summer school 3 out of 4 years in high school. I'm not qualified to talk about this.
I was just
what do you think about global warming?
You said about Elon that he was ruining Earth, I saw on The View. You're critical of him. What do you think of all the boycotts, like even the violence
I don't watch the news. I don't watch the news. I have no idea what's going on. I watch Instagram. I watch people wipe out on motorcycles. I watch lions and hyenas fight each other. This is the things that I do. And I don't think you should be asking a comedian. You're a journalist.
Comedians are on top of current events.
No. That's weak. That's you guys passing the buck.
True.
You guys need to have balls again, which you don't. You guys always goes, should we be thinking this? Duh. You guys present stuff like that. You guys used to have balls. You need to get your balls back.
Thank you,
Bill Burr.
Bill
It's not my job. I am a dancing clown.
Thank you, Bill Burr, the dancing clown, telling journalists to get your balls back and start actually reporting the news. Based as fuck. Bring Lennon back from the Shadow Realm, only if I can bring pre-him taking power Lennon back. Fat Kaz, we love Trump over here. He single-handedly saved the British car industry over here in England. I mean, yeah. Good dancing clown. Honestly, I feel the same. Again, largest tax increase since 1968. I mean, let's listen to some of the talking heads here.
The herd in McDonald Islands got slapped with a 10% tariff.
Yeah, non-fun. I feel liberated from my ability to afford food.
Those are uninhabited islands. There are penguins on those islands, but there are no people. We also got a tariff of 10% on the British Indian Ocean Territory. The only people there are U.S. and U.K. service members at a military base called Diego Garcia. Just to give you a sense of like how thought through this was, they were like, well, we definitely tariff the penguins.
Wet Camera Inc. They might actually build pyramids. Don't give them ideas. I feel so bad for the penguins. They even wore a suit, you know? Like, how are you gonna tariff them? They were wearing a suit. Maybe I guess one of them just didn't say thank you. Pay the tariffs. We'll be taking our business elsewhere. I do love these memes. I love how MAGAs are so infuriated with Burr just because the man doesn't have tunnel vision. I mean, they hate literally everything that isn't exactly what they believe because they're zombies. That's why I called them zombies. They're a horde that are infectious and want to destroy anything that's not part of the horde. Or infect. Oh, by the way, the auto tariffs will also cover all computer imports, including laptops and desktops. So, all you gamers, have fun with your next-gen consoles. New Xbox, Switch 2, all going to be infinitely more expensive. Your computer parts, going to be way more expensive. Yeah. All they want is brains because they don't have them. True, Shardspork. This is going to hurt, like, a lot more than you think. Trump is just hating because those penguins are emperors and he's not. That's true. Visora, apparently those places were included because the AI, yeah, of course, it was all AI. They used, went over a list of internet top-level domains. The AI was deciding how to tariff based off of trade disparities. It was wrong. The AIs were all wrong. This is why you shouldn't trust AI, because if you asked any of them, this was done by, hold on, here, right, go. AI, tariffs. Gimme. They used several different AI to check how they would respond to this. And each and every single one of them, from Grok to ChatGPT to Microsoft's whatever the fuck, all gave the same exact answers. Where is my... You know what sucks about Control F looking for AI? Is that many words have the letters AI in them, which makes it really difficult to just look for AI. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You guys know what it is. Scalper's about to make a killing. This is true. Scalpers are about to make a killing. Guess who didn't get tariffs and the US wants to restore connections with? Russia. How surprising. Nah, of course not. Like, not surprising at all. It was the, I saw the image of all of the different AI being asked the same question on how trade deficit with several countries should result in, like, what kind of tariffs we should impose on them. They asked Grok, 04, 03, or whatever, all of these different AIs. I saw the image. I had it. Sure you do. That doesn't matter. You guys all understand the point there. The fact that we didn't tariff Russia, though, is really unsurprising because we also dropped sanctions on them recently. We dropped sanctions on the wife of Putin's friend. We're going to cover that in a bit. We got a lot to go through. We got a lot of foreign policy to go through, but we got to get through the fucking tariff shit first. And the tariff shit with foreign policy first as well.
So that's the message from the White House. Steve, what say you in this moment?
Well, I think it is very disruptive, and the administration admits as much. And this gets to two big things. One is the vice president referred to it. They need massive deregulation. They need to get the Muscovites on steroids in terms of removing barriers to get things done. And the other thing is a huge message to Congress. The GOP needs to really substantially increase this tax cut. Now, they say these tariffs will bring in $600–800 billion of revenue. Use that as an offset for big rates.
If I wanted to find it enough, I would look for it. Guys, how greedy can you be? They want to decrease regulation even more and give them even bigger tax cuts. Like, everything that just happened is not enough for them. They want more. Cambodia getting 49% was just how, why? I can't even get it into my mind. None of this shit makes sense. I used to have a browser extension that will let you do full Riga searches for text and pages. It doesn't matter.
Cuts in
Like,
tax
again, they
rates
hate you.
because the economy is going to need real tailwinds, and so
They hate you. More deregulation, more tax cuts for the wealthy.
moving barriers to get things done. And the other thing is a huge message to Congress. The GOP needs to really substantially increase this tax cut. Now, they say these tariffs will bring in
$6 trillion is not enough. $6 trillion and crashing the American economy, getting all of our allies to no longer be our allies, to isolate ourselves from the global economy. That's not enough. We need more tax cuts. We need more deregulation. They want to fuck you even more.
$1 billion of revenue. Use that as an
No. This isn't how to pay for the tax cuts. This is above the $6 trillion. He's saying that they need more than that. That $6 trillion isn't enough, Zhezhen. And you know what? Yeah, like this kind of does describe exactly how we're here.
Mr. President, so taking America into a recession, is it worth it? And do Americans need to back that up?
The fake news, of which many of you are members, is trying to convince the public to have a recession. Let's have a recession. The United States is doing phenomenally well. But one thing I have to do is economically take on China, because China has been ripping us off.
We'll get to China in a bit, actually. I'm going to save this one for... You know, fuck it. We'll get there, because China's going to come up regularly. But speaking of, yeah, you know shit's bad when China, Japan, and South Korea are going to work together. You know how much these countries fucking hate each other? That they're going to jointly respond to our tariffs? Indy Crab, you're 100% right.
For many years, President Clinton, President Bush, and President Obama and others
it is on the
should have
nose.
done this long before me. My life would be much easier, although I enjoy doing it, but my life would be much easier if I just said, let China continue to rip off the United States, all right? It'd be much easier, but I can't do that. We are winning against China.
54% tariffs on anything coming in from China. So enjoy your treats. And again, $6 trillion, not enough money for them. They want more. They want more money. They want more deregulation. They just robbed the Treasury too. Yeah, true.
The markets today are way down. The worst day.
Why is it that anytime you talk to him, there's a fucking plane or a helicopter in the background?
Here because of the tariffs. So how's it going?
I think it's going very well. It was an operation, like when a patient gets operated on. And it's a big thing.
Why is he using this analogy all the time now? Does he think he's a doctor? Like, he's using this analogy regularly. The patient got shot by the doctor.
$6 or $7 trillion coming into our country, and we've never seen anything like it. The markets are going to boom, the stock is going to boom, the country is going to boom. And the rest of the
country's
wants to see
booming, all right.
They can make a deal.
You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. Again, like the Dow down 1,800 points today, the Nasdaq down 5%, the S&P down 4.5% just today, and they're just gonna keep gaslighting the American public.
I want to show this tweet by hedge fund billionaire Bill Ackman, who used to support a lot of Democrats, but during the election, he has switched over, listened to what President Trump had to say, and began to side with him. He says, sometimes the best strategy in a negotiation is convincing the other side that you're crazy.
Well, I mean, we succeeded in that one.
Do you think that's true here? And there's been a lot of discussion, there's going to be no negotiations at Howard Lutnick. He's standing firm on all of this. And then it feels certainly like there is some...
It's like we're at war. We all got to pitch in. They've all been saying that today. Because we're at war. We are at war. We're just at war as a class war right now against the poor in America. But this is also like the build up to World War III. We are in the World War I situation of, alliances, trench warfare. Then you add in the World War II situation that's added in here of the increase in nationalism and nativism and protectionism and isolationism, the Great Depression on its way. Like, we are going boom. He's on his way out health-wise. I do believe that. I don't think Trump will live to the end of this term, but...
Some negotiation going on. Is there or isn't there?
There's nothing crazy about this policy. In fact, this is a policy that was tried and was effective in the United States for 150 years. And in fact, I think the first law passed in the U.S., or one of the first laws, was a tariff. And so this is a tried and true strategy.
It's like the oldest possible strategy, which is why we don't use it anymore. But yeah, there's nothing crazy about this at all.
Strategy. And, you know, I absolutely do not think there's anything crazy about it. The president...
No, long leg Homo sapien, we are all accelerationists now.
And if there's going to be deals on this. But as we set the reciprocal
make it worse.
And we looked at the misbehavior of foreign countries that are basically dumping their products and hurting American workers.
That's a lie. No one's dumping products and hurting American workers from the list of tariffed countries. To the extent that they're saying, maybe China, sure.
Then
ChatGPT tariffs, yeah.
That we looked at are things that we think they're probably not going to change. And so I think the EU, for example, is an economy that's really on the ropes, and it's on the ropes because of all the terrible things that the
EU economy is getting much
taxers
stronger.
Are doing. And I don't think they're going to change policy much because of what we've done. And if that's true, then the tariff on EU is going to stay the same.
In fact, they're going to retaliate quite heavily. But Schwarzburg, it's fine when the crazy person holds all the cards, and we don't need more. Donald Trump has made sure of that during his first term. True. Just roll up your sleeves and pay more for homewares on Amazon. Stop buying American. If you live in America, I know that's hard because, you know, everything's expensive now. But if you live outside of the United States, stop buying American goods. It is definitely not unhealthy to be accelerationist at this time. I want them to make it worse as fast as they possibly can. The worse that this gets, to the point where it's out of their control, the better it is for the world. I feel like it's bad if he gets away with only 5 to 12% market loss doing this shit. That would be horrible, actually. I need to see $14 a gallon gas at the pump, so even right-wingers get active. I need to see no gas available at the pump. It's a smaller jet engine called an auxiliary power unit. It'll use more fuel when you restart everything. They'll float nuclear shit like a complete ban on imports to the EU. That doesn't matter. Make it implode faster. Look, Rand Paul is against this shit.
But on the tariffs in particular, on the idea of...
We've lost, like, the Republicans have Chuck Grassley out here trying to put a bill to block the president from being able to put in new tariffs without congressional approval, and we have Rand Paul out here doing this.
Trade is proportional to wealth. The last 70 years of international trade has been an exponential curve upwards, and the last 70 years of
it is Tim Kaine and Rand Paul together.
Has been upwards also. We are richer because of trade with Canada, and so is Canada. Whenever you trade with somebody, when an individual buys somebody else's product, it's mutually beneficial, or you wouldn't buy it. If the
like, I'm agreeing with Rand Paul. What fucking reality am I in? Is the faster this implodes, the better.
Trade is voluntary. It's always beneficial. There is no Canada versus the U.S. The consumer wins when the price is the lowest price.
J.D. Vance was saying China was stealing our jobs, completely forgetting the American business owner class. He wasn't forgetting them. He was leaving them out on purpose. But, you know. Nice little propaganda ad from the Lincoln Project. Again, not our allies, but they do good work.
Trump promised you a golden age. He promised prosperity, lower prices and higher paychecks, an end to inflation. Instead, he blew it. Trump's recession, inevitable. Trump's dumb tariffs, you pay them. Seen Trump's stock market lately? It's crashing. Say goodbye to your retirement, and when it goes, don't expect Social Security or Medicare. His tax plan? Yours goes up, Elon pays nothing. You trusted him, believed in the myth.
That we're going to become so rich, you're not going to know where to spend all that money.
This will truly be the golden age of America.
Rich, golden age.
Yeah. I'd argue they're an ally, just not a particularly trustworthy one. You know, at this point, yeah. I don't trust them at all. But they are on my side against the fascists. So, and this is correct. You're not getting your Social Security. You're not getting Medicare. They're stealing from you. And I want you to call this Trumponomics. I want you to call these Trump tariffs. I want you to call these Trumpflation. Is Trump a Marxist psyop to destroy capitalism? He's certainly functioning as one. I don't think he is, but I wonder if the guy voicing this ad believes in what he says, or he'll just take a voiceover for conservative ads also. Well, I mean, the Lincoln Project has been making these ads well into this year and since the election. They are conservatives, but they are now closer to the Dems. Yeah, because the Republican Party has left conservatism. They don't believe in conservatism. They don't, like, fundamentally. Conservatism would require at least believing in the Constitution, and they don't. Oh, it's the Lincoln Project? Whoops, yeah, exactly. Like, we know who they are. Let's fact check some of these tariffs, though, because those numbers were bullshit.
Vedika Bahel is here in studio. Vedika, the White House has been standing by Donald Trump's global tariff package. Analysts, though, and economists, they've been criticizing some of the claims he made during that speech
are shooting themselves right now.
Yeah, Sharon, Trump has previously said that tariff is his favorite word in the dictionary, but his sweeping global tariff package also has several sweeping inconsistencies. Now, I want to start with the false claim that Trump has been making since even before he started his second term, and that is that it is the country charged that pays the tariff and not the United States.
Even MAGA doesn't believe this shit anymore. Is that Alina Khan doppelganger?
Said that due to his tariffs on China in his first term as president, the U.S. racked up hundreds of billions of dollars that China paid. Now, economists have been continuously insisting that this is just not how tariffs work. The cost of the tariff is paid by the American buyer as the foreign goods then become more expensive, and that is reflected.
All right, yeah,
in
we
the
know this.
price.
Let's jump to like the actual lies in the chart.
He also claimed in his tariff announcement that China never paid 10 cents to any other president. Again, this is universally false. Tariffs have been collected on Chinese goods since 1789. Some of the
1789. As if like anyone looks this shit up on the right, though.
Earliest days of the United States, and the US has generated billions annually from tariffs on Chinese imports before Trump. Again, the cost of those paid by the importer. Now, another claim that he made in his tariff announcement was that it's in fact other countries that have relegated the US to economic suffering, and he said that the US was, I quote,
yes, of course, it's everyone else's fault, not mine, it's everyone else's fault.
Proportionately wealthier between 1789 and 1913, when tariffs made up more of federal revenue. Now, he didn't specify, Sharon, what proportionately wealthier means, but not only does the United States have the highest GDP worldwide, but its per capita GDP is also many, many times higher now than it was then during that period.
And Vedika, we saw Trump with his tariff table last night as he was making that announcement. There's been a lot of speculation, though, about how exactly the White House calculated the figures in that table.
That's right. Trump's tariff table was to show the reciprocal tariffs for what he called the so-called worst offenders. This blue and white table here is the tariffs that
These numbers are just made up.
Alleges these countries charge on the United States, and this yellow list here is the kind of discount in reciprocal tariffs that he said he is now rolling out. But analysts are struggling to calculate exactly how this methodology and these high rates came about. So if we take a look at the EU, for example, Trump has said that he is slapping 20% on the European Union, which is around half of the 39% that he claims the EU imposes on Washington. However, the available data that we have disagrees with this. The European Commission...
I told my chat I hope they learned how to use a sewing machine in school. Yeah. I hope you guys stocked up on beans and rice. Genuinely, I really do.
Estimates that the average tariff rate is approximately 1%. Now,
well, because analysts are trying to figure it out as if it's not AI.
World Trade Organization has a slightly higher figure. It's just under 5%. But regardless of 5% or 1%, it is far from the 39% quotes made by the White House.
Oh, yeah, for work. Yeah, because we're bringing back the slave labor. The jobs that we're trying to bring back are the low-pay textile jobs from, like, Southeast Asia. So enjoy that.
Now, there is one American journalist who took to social media and ran some numbers to try and figure out how that methodology came about. And he argued, James Sorofsky, that the White House didn't actually calculate tariff rates and non-tariff barriers. Instead, they took the trade deficit between the US and that country and divided it by the country's exports to the United States. And in fact, Sharon,
this is
turned
not
out
how things work
that he was correct. The White House published their mathematical formula online. And if we take a look at this BBC graphic, which has simplified that maths for us with those figures between the EU and the United States.
Why would you assume that? Yeah, long like Homo sapien, analysts go to school for this shit. They're professionals. Why would they assume that the stupidest, most unlikely thing in a rational world is what the answer is, you know?
We can see that the formula checks out. That is how the White House calculated it. The numbers that we have here at the end using...
So, you know, it's bullshit. It's all bullshit. And I just want to show you, like, this is the front page of the Financial Times today. World reels from Trump trade shock. All of these graphs going down, not looking great. A beautiful war on America's pillagers. I love that right-wing fucking framing. But, you know, this had to happen, guys. It couldn't have happened any other way. There was just so much DEI that we had to crash the economy. Did they fake the page yellowish, I guess, to make it old? It was just too much DEI. We had to do it. Oh shit, what if they calculated based on Trump's favorite crayon colors? Let's run some simulations. Honestly, nothing's off the table.
Yesterday, I was talking to a trade minister of a big country, and I said, look, we can't sell cars in your market. You've got to do something to change that. It's
Does he want to fuck the cars too, like the cows, or?
Obviously unfair. And at the very end of the conversation, the trade minister dropped his head and said these words. He said, fine, we will provide your car manufacturers the same subsidy we provide ours. Just think about that for a minute.
On this? Like, no. Of all the things that didn't happen, this is the thing that didn't happen the most, yeah. Cars, couches, and cows, not the cussy. Look, don't look at me. They took away the bussy, the burritos, the biddies, and they're replacing it with the cussy. Whether you like it or not.
Forward to yesterday, Liberation Day. Who's happiest today about Trump's reciprocal tariffs? Well, obviously, not Wall Street, not those who raked in big money offshoring jobs. In fact, they're busy.
Who was the one that signed USMCA? Which president was that under? Now, of course, you can blame Bill Clinton for this prior, but you also did exactly do this. I'm sorry, I know this was a topic we moved on from, but where/what can I Google search in regard to crop rotation and fertilizer? I want to read up on it. As in, like, we need to fertilize crops for them to grow and crop rotations are required. It's a meme. Like, there's no news on that. I'm just saying, no, we're definitely going to stop doing crop rotations because they're stupid. And we're going to stop putting fertilizer on crops because some idiot's going to say, what, you want to shit on the food? It's not necessarily a policy, but it will be in my estimation. At this rate, I can't see it not. We're in the dark ages.
Trying to scare you into turning on Trump.
With our majestic horses.
The sky is
not
falling.
horses,
the sky
cows.
is definitely falling.
New fears.
Forward to yesterday.
By the way, about like 80% of the bees just died. Can you cite me that, please? Because that's pretty fucking bad. Oh, by the way, Rand Paul is comparing this to William McKinley.
Tariffs have also led to political decimation. When McKinley most famously put tariffs on in 1890, they lost 50% of their seats in the next election. When Hot Smoothie put on their tariff in the early 1930s, we lost the House and the Senate for 60 years. So
for 60 years, God willing.
They're not only bad economically, they're bad politically. Tariffs.
I mean, like, when Rand Paul's saying that shit, I feel like it's gotten pretty bad. And Have you guys seen this? This was doing the rounds this morning from the quartering. You do not need the new iPad. You do not need the new cell phone. You do not need the new video game console. You want them. There's a big difference if you look at people whining about tariffs. I challenge you to ask them how many of their lives have been affected in this way. This is literally, you will eat the bugs and you will be happy. But at the same time, you do realize that many, many Americans make their living off of content creation, which requires the phone, the iPad, the camera, the video game console. As we've covered, the car tariffs are also going to affect computers, video game consoles, and computer parts. All that shit's going to get more expensive. Content creators need these things. Who else needs a computer for their job? Who needs food? Who needs, I don't know, a phone? I feel like everyone does. Can we get the stats on all of our native pollinators? I mean, someone can. I'm not doing that. That would be going too far off topic. We got a lot to cover. Claudia Sheinbaum, the wonderful president of Mexico, on her daily recap or weekly recap today, explained what her plans will be for reciprocal tariffs. Sorry, I don't take advice from drunks who piss on the basement floor as a general rule. Yeah, me too. So, her Liberation Day announcement of reciprocal tariffs Wednesday afternoon, she once again said that her government will respond to U.S. tariffs on Mexican goods on Thursday. Sheinbaum spoke about Mexico's vehicle import problem and her call on Tuesday with new Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. Our interest in the strengthening of the Mexican economy. Some 6 hours before Trump's scheduled announcement of reciprocal tariffs, a Brazilian reporter asked the Mexican president whether she could bring forward the announcement of Mexico's response to the United States' protectionism. With a hearty laugh, Sheinbaum said she could not. We're going to announce a comprehensive program. It's not a matter of saying you're putting tariffs on us, we're putting tariffs on you. That's what I like to hear. Calling it Liberation Day is such fucking newspeak. I mean, yeah, to be fair, they are liberating you from your life and your ability to live it, but literally 1984. We've been doing newspeak for a while now, haven't we? I do like the idea of, we're not just going to do reciprocal tariffs back. We have a comprehensive program working with Canada, clearly, to bypass the United States. Our interest is in strengthening the Mexican economy, including the automotive sector. The program we're going to present tomorrow is not just related to the tariffs the United States could impose, she said before acknowledging that some Mexican goods could already face tariffs when exported to the United States. It's a comprehensive program to strengthen the Mexican economy. Federal government already has an ambitious economic initiative, Plan Mexico, aimed at making Mexico the 10th largest economy in the world, reducing reliance on imports from China and other Asian countries, and creating 1.5 million new jobs. That sounds fucking excellent. This really is going to make every other country work on their own economy. And I'm hoping, instead of protectionism for Latin America, for Europe, this leads to more economic cooperation. And it does seem to be heading in that direction. The ceiling keeps rising, the event horizon expands. We're just getting closer to it. Here is France and their declaration. Wait, hold on, I want to see the bees. Give me the bees. Millions of bees have died this year. It's the worst bee loss in recorded history. Well, that's fucked. Bees play a critical role in U.S. food production. In addition to making honey, they pollinate 75% of fruits, nuts, and vegetables grown in the U.S. That's $15 billion worth of crops. So your food's already expensive, and now the bees that pollinate 85% of the fruits, nuts, and vegetables are dead. This does feel like this feels like we're in the plot of Cyberpunk 2077. We are building up to that. If this is a multi-year thing, it'll change the way we consume food in the United States. If we lose 80% of our bees every year, the industry cannot survive, which means we cannot pollinate at the scale that we need to produce food in the United States. One example is almonds. Fuck almonds. Can we stop producing almonds? With honeybees pollinating them, almond trees produce 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of almonds per acre. Without the pollination, the almond trees produce only 200 pounds of nuts per acre. So, thousands more. Fuck, that's bad. That's really bad. That's really, really bad. This is one of the reasons that I know adopting a vegan diet isn't sufficient itself. A vegan food production is industrial. That doesn't solve anything. Yeah, like, vegan food is also bad for the environment. It's the way to get food that is environmentally and economically sustainable is lab grown. And we can already do this. I've said this multiple times. We can produce lab grown steak that tastes and feels like regular steak, that you won't tell the difference of. We don't need meat production. We can grow fruits and vegetables in a lab as well. If we can do meat, we can do fruit and vegetables. It just takes some investment money to put into it, and then that science will develop as we continue making it, and then it will get cheaper. But, of course, we're too obsessed with our majestic Texas Longhorn cows. Fuck, I gotta reach out to my friend doing a bio PhD in biodiversity with special interest in bees. She's probably freaking the fuck out. Yeah, no, I'm sure she is, Rain Matter. I don't, if they actually lost 80% specifically everywhere, but some places have, I have to look more into what that scale is like. One of the issues is that they don't even know what it's causing it yet. They suspect climate change. It could be climate change, it could be pollution in the air, it could even just be microplastics or nanoplastics, along like Homo sapien. From what I understood from that, it looked like 80% of the bees in that specific area for that year. Like the population for the year. Anyway, let's see how France wants to deal with our tariffs.
It was important for us to meet as soon as possible after last night's announcements by President Trump, which are a shock for international trade, not just for the European Union, France, but fundamentally for the smooth functioning of trade. What is important? And it's all the work that needs to be done per sector.
We don't need population reduction, depraved ambiance. See, like, the overpopulation shit is a psyop. We could sustain 20 to 30 billion people on this planet comfortably if we got rid of capitalism.
Coming investments or the investments announced in recent weeks are temporarily suspended until things are clarified with the
Okay, so investments with the US are suspended. That's huge, actually.
Investments announced in recent weeks are temporarily suspended until things are clarified with the United States of America. Because what would be the message of having major European players starting to invest billions of euros in the American economy at a time when they are hitting us? Therefore, we need to have collective solidarity.
Most people don't think of that as eugenics, Brain Matter, but, like, it is a bit. It touches in the realm, but the whole overpopulation thing is incorrect. It's a psyop. It's based off of the capitalist mode of production. We could easily sustain 30 billion. This is an amazing response from not Europe, from France, actually. France saying all investments with the United States are frozen, and I hope they fucking keep it that way, is great. Now, on the other end, France is also not doing all that great. As Europe is rearming and preparing for a war with Russia to defend itself, they are not doing so by taxing the rich. They are doing so by cutting social programs, as I said they would, and this is not good. This is actually very bad. It is causing protests all over Paris in which the police are using tear gas and batons to beat the protesters. This is protesting education budget cuts. As I warned, this is going to be a rise in authoritarianism globally, including in Europe. It will just be a different kind of authoritarianism. We throw away a ton of food, we destroy other extra food to limit supply intentionally, we grow food in the most inconvenient, inefficient areas we can. I disagree based on biomass distribution. Capitalism is more important to get rid of, though, like, I'm fine with whatever population as long as the environment and biodiversity doesn't suffer. Exactly, no, like, I think we could easily sustain 30 billion people on this planet without capitalism, without making the biodiversity suffer, without harming the environment. There are ways to go about this. It's just we don't invest in them and we don't talk about them because they're woke. Oh, also, they've been burning Teslas in France, which in America you can't do. That's domestic terrorism, but in France, that's fucking based. I mean, this is not going to stop these protests. So I never, ever do illegal stuff. Good. You shouldn't. Don't commit crimes. You don't want to end up in El Salvador anyway. I may get muted for fighting again, but why do you think what I said is eugenics? How did you arrive at that position? Depraved ambiance. Let me just cut in here and clarify that. The reason is because most people who talk about overpopulation do so through a eugenics lens. What you were doing was not that, but generally when you hear that, it does tend to be paired with eugenics rhetoric. And that's where that mistake would come from. You're not a eugenicist. We know this. It may be a crime not to snitch on your friends. It actually kind of might be now, Wet Camera Inc. But no, you can't stop the French from protesting. Now, remember how we covered the fact that Marine Le Pen, the Nazi in France, was sentenced to 4 years in prison and 2 years of house arrest, as well as being barred from French politics for a period of time. And the judge was getting death threats following this. Let's take a look at some of the rhetoric that the judge was receiving, because researchers in France are saying that this reeks of 1934.
This is apropos. Well, French prosecutors say they've identified 5 people suspected of threatening the judges involved in the trial of far-right leader...
No, Hirundo, yeah. Like, phrenology I don't believe in, but we do need to study, like, evil showing in your face. It does seem to be pretty consistent with them. I don't know. It can't just be a coincidence at this point.
Marine Le Pen. She and her supporters have been accusing the judiciary of deploying a nuclear bomb aimed at derailing her presidential ambitions since her conviction on Monday for embezzlement. The judge who barred her from running for office is now under police protection after facing death threats and having her home address shared online. As August Hackinson explains, it's far from the first time the far right has launched assaults on judicial independence.
Death threats and home addresses leaked online. The 3 judges who convicted Marine Le Pen and banned her from public office have faced severe online harassment, with the head of the panel now under 24/7 police protection. By Thursday, 5 suspects had been identified in connection with the threats, according to a Paris prosecutor. Monday's ruling sparked outrage among Le Pen supporters, fueled...
Batgaz. You can fix that problem really fucking easily by stop building single-family homes and build apartment buildings instead. And then you could have that land back. Single-family, like, housing is a blight on the world, by the way. I fucking hate it. I don't think you should have single-family houses. At all. Like, maybe if you live out in the middle of fucking nowhere and you're a farmer, sure. If you live anywhere near to a major populated city, there should be zero single-family houses. Apartment buildings. That's how you make it work. You build up, not across.
By party officials.
A handful of prosecutors and judges used the law to exercise the system's vendetta against its only opposition, the National Rally, and against the main face of it, Marine Le Pen. Some tyrannies jail the opposition. Now we have judges here acting like tyrants.
Judges acting like tyrants for putting the Nazi who committed, like, literal crimes in prison. She committed embezzlement. She was embezzling 4 million euros from the European government to use in France for herself, for her party. This is illegal. She committed a crime. She should be in jail. The death threats alone should tell France that what they need to know about these type of people supporting her. They're Nazis. They've always been. We've known that Le Pen was a Nazi. Check out the fancy gold mic, yeah.
But frustration over the verdict wasn't limited to the far right. Prime Minister François Bayrou said he was troubled by the 5-year ban, a sentiment echoed by the far-left leader Jean-Luc Mélenchon.
Really, Mélenchon? Even you're against this? Are you kidding? Why? Why?
Emmanuel Macron, for his part, defended the judiciary's independence and insisted the judges must be protected.
How am I'm siding with Macron over Mélenchon right now. Like, that's insane to me. Why are you all opposed to this? She committed crimes. She is a Nazi and she is anti-democracy. Put her in prison. Do not let her out. Do not let her run for office.
Unions called on politicians to stop attacking the courts.
Yeah, and there is a political responsibility of everybody in office within the parliament, the government, when they say and when they attack judges as well, because it will spread within the society.
The increasingly heated rhetoric comes as the far-right plans a massive rally in Paris on Sunday in support of Le Pen. National Rally's leader Jordan Bardella insisted on Thursday that it is not to be seen as a violent attempt to challenge the judiciary.
Well, for more, we're joined now by Andrew Smith. He's a lecturer in liberal arts at Queen Mary University of London. Thanks so much, Andrew, for being with us on the programme this evening. As we heard there in that report, suspects identified now who have been threatening judges involved in Marine Le Pen's case, those threats being made online. Do you think people in general are being emboldened to make these kinds of threats by what they're hearing and seeing their political leaders do and say?
It's a real challenge, isn't it? That venomization of rhetoric, that real intensification of language, the discrediting of Republican institutions, and really trying to call into question people's faith in democracy. That's the kind of thing that emboldens people, really, as you say.
The same playbook in every single country.
To make quite dangerous threats at times. Now, we've seen this already connected to this case back in January. After the first round of the case, there were a number of threats posted online that French police investigated. You had, calls for putting a 9mm bullet in the back of the judge's head. There were other, massed videos of people calling for people to be eliminated. That's really frightening rhetoric, and it has
it kind of fucking is.
Place in any democratic politics. And again, what we're seeing here is some really targeted, vicious threats which are against named individuals. Now, it's one.
Honestly, I think they gave her. She got off lightly. 4 years in prison. Okay, that's fine. She committed embezzlement. 4 years in prison. 2 years of house arrest. She should never be able to run in politics again. The fact that they only barred her for, 4 or 5 years? She should never be able to enter politics again. Anti-democracy people whining about democracy when democracy works against them. Yeah, it's always the case. And it worked in America. So.
Thing to be displeased with the judgment. It's one thing to be, unhappy with the way something's turned out. But I think the moment that, really people start using this rhetoric in the assembly, like far-right deputies talking about a republic of judges, talking about, them having political motivations, that's not what's happening. And what we've seen, actually, is, judges carrying out their job according to sentencing guidelines. This is not, there's no targeting. Marine Le Pen has neither seen, fear nor favour as a result of her position. She's been treated much like the other 23, those convicted alongside her, and like others before her, François Fillon, Nicolas Sarkozy, Alain Juppé, other leaders from left and right. So really, I think that is something quite dangerous here. Where
yeah, that's not good. It's very much not good. Oh, I forgot to show you this, by the way. 651 American workers in Iowa just lost their jobs from Whirlpool. So that's not surprising. This is only the beginning. 3 million at least Americans are going to lose their jobs in the next couple months. Oh, and Elon really wants to leave NATO, which honestly, we should leave NATO. We should get kicked out of NATO, in all honesty. Always got to remember with these people, it's all words to an end. The principles or meanings behind those words mean nothing. Yeah. Now, this is Olaf Scholz. This is Scholz responding to America trying to impose DEI, the removal of, DEI on European countries. America has said France, Germany, England need to remove diversity, equity, and inclusion from their own industries, trying to force this onto Europe. And, first off, that's not going to work, but...
I'm saying this at a time when diversity, participation, and inclusion are increasingly being called into question and even attacked in many countries. We are here to state very clearly that we will not let this happen.
It's very surreal to hear Germany say, no, inclusion is a human right. and America is the one that's trying to get rid of inclusion, attacking people with disabilities. I don't know. We got some incredible rhetoric out of a Labour MP in British Parliament. Amazing. Whoever said this, I don't know who this this MP is, but I mean, applause to her.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I suspect that the opposition front bench, if they're still trying to propagate the arguments of 2016, are a bit drunk on chlorinated chicken. We need to get real. Celebrating a tariff of 10% rather than 20% is like celebrating that when you got mugged, they only took your wallet and not your watch as well.
She's so right, because the Tories in the UK are celebrate. They're like, oh, we only got the 10%. We can keep working with the Americans. And whoever this Labour MP, I love her, based MP. They're drunk on chlorinated chicken, which is why like Europe won't buy our chicken, because we literally dip them in chlorine. And yeah, it is. Celebrating only getting a 10% tariff is like getting mugged and saying they only took my wallet. So that's nice.
That's why the British public deserve better. That's why I'm grateful that the Secretary of State is talking about our relationship with Europe, because who knows what President Trump will bring next week.
Nobody does.
We do 5 times more business with the European Union than we do with America. It is in our interest to have a close and stable trading relationship with Europe. But right now, that is up for grabs too. So could the Secretary of State just set out for us what this now means for his negotiations on the European reset and the summit in May?
If Donald Trump somehow has reverse Brexit happen, I mean, look, we have China, Japan, South Korea working together. We have the UK saying we got to get closer to Europe. Donald Trump really is the great uniter. It's just uniting against the United States.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her question. I would just be clear again. No one is celebrating the position we find ourselves in as a country.
Batgaz, I want you to pay attention, by the way, because this is why the Labour Party is infinitely better. Here's the Tory in response.
This morning, no one is celebrating that. We recognise the differential that the UK finds itself in, but all of us, I believe also on all sides of the House, are disappointed by the announcements from the United States and are seeking to provide a way through that. I reiterate to her, I know she feels very strongly about this, this is not a choice between the US and the EU. It doesn't have to be. These are two key and long-term and important trading partners and actually security and defence partners as well. The EU summit that she mentions next month is a key event. Our aspirations for an ambitious EU reset on a trade basis to rectify some of the flaws in the agreement agreed under the previous government remain. Our objectives there are clear, and they were all in the manifesto that we on this side of the House stood on and won the election. So that remains a key priority, and again I share with her the alignment between the EU reset and this negotiation is very strong within government.
The Labour Party, infinitely better there. Mixart, honestly, maybe I'm too glass half full of a person, but this is going to be bad so fast. It gives me hope that we can survive 2 years. Midterms are going to be a bloodbath for Republicans. I am still lacking the hope that we will have free and fair elections in 26, especially after the special elections that we just had. Shardsburg, it wasn't because of Trump per se, but his style of rhetoric. True. Batgaz, not happy to work with the EU, but GB is run from London, not Brussels. Brexit stands. The, we're gonna do reverse Brexit thing is a joke. We're not there yet, but it is realistically a possibility, Batgaz, and if it was a choice, it would be a good one. It's really not a choice between the EU and the US. The US is already gone. Yeah, the United States of America is dead. This is Nazi America. Your fucking Tories over here are trying to talk about how we should still try and work with the Nazis. And I'm scared for the UK, because it looks fucking cooked. Reform is now the largest party in the UK. The Nazis are the largest party in the UK. Please vote Labour, Batgaz. Please go get your friends and your family to vote Labour. Go get your friends and have them get their friends and go vote Labour. Otherwise, you will become exactly like us. Mark my words, if Labour loses this election in the UK, you will end up exactly like us, if not worse. Even if we elected a cloned Bernie next time around, our relationships are gone. This is true. 100%. Nobody will ever trust the United States again. It will take at least a century to earn back some of that trust.
You know, the Americans, again, Scott Bessent, who's the Treasury Secretary, told CNN, I urge Europe, I urge other countries.
I mean, wasn't like the UK trying to ship immigrants to like an African country under the Tories last time? Under, what was his name? The richest man in Europe. What was fucking last prime minister before Starmer? Fuck. Okay, prime minister before Starmer. Rishi Sunak, yeah. Wasn't Rishi Sunak trying to like ship people to Africa? Yeah, Rwanda. It's gonna just be Rwanda again, except you'll start sending like British citizens there that are you know, political dissidents. You never remember Sunak? That's because I never gave a shit about UK politics when Sunak was in charge. They were functioning as a dead country, and then we became worse and they became more important.
Countries not to retaliate. I wonder how you take that, and specifically, have you mentioned how you feel and what you might do to the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who's at the meetings with you now at NATO headquarters?
Well, we have mentioned that we Europeans feel also a bit of pity for American consumers because all the products I named now European countries.
Do you know how mad MAGA would be if they heard this? We feel pity for the American consumers. And I do feel pity.
But also the countries from the Indo-Pacific, they have also now new trades tariffs. But the trade tariffs are actually extra taxes on American consumers. For example, like, as I know, many Americans like a lot the beef from Australia. And the beef...
Yeah, because we have the best fucking beef production.
Beef costs now extra 10%. Or other products which you cannot produce in the United States will cost extra 20% or extra even 35%. I don't really get the logic.
I'm ashamed to be an American too. I'm glad I can almost say I'm an Australian now.
Why to harm American consumers? And this is why, for our own consumers, we say it would be a win-win situation if consumers in our democracies, between our friends over the Atlantic, in the United States, in Europe, pay the less prices, possibly, which products can be produced. So it would be a win-win.
I genuinely see Europe having greater cooperation, especially with China, with Australia, and reducing prices in Europe while America suffers. You're human before you were ever an American. You're right, and I say this all the time. We are people, and America made us animals. They've turned us into cattle. We are not human to them. EU might become the new USA. I'm genuinely seeing the cyberpunk timeline. When are we getting the euro dollar? Give me them eddies. Give me the eddies now.
Situation. If we would go into a trade war, it would be a lose-lose situation for all the consumers over the Atlantic.
And Fury, if you're trying to escape the United States, there are places you can go to. I have some resources in my Discord in the resources for safety section. You can go check them out. If you have Irish descent, you can flee to Ireland. Australia would probably take you for asylum. Or if you have, you know, certain skills or whatever your job is. We want skilled workers, so Australia is an option. What's up, Chun? Pack the man. You're right. Like, I want that euro dollar. I want that preem fucking European economy that will fuck us over. Cattle or cogs, harvestable and replaceable. Hell yeah. Also, I really do want to like start integrating more of that cyberpunk rhetoric into my speech. It's actually just fun. The words sound nice. I like them. Now, let's see what some of Europe's reactions are. I know Ursula von der Leyen jump scare. Sorry, guys.
President Trump's announcement of universal tariffs on the whole world, including the European Union, is a major blow to the world economy. I deeply regret this choice. Let's be clear-eyed about the immense consequences. The global economy will massively suffer. Uncertainty will spiral and trigger the rise of further protectionism. The consequences will be dire for millions of people around the globe, also for the most vulnerable countries, which are now subject to some of the highest US tariffs. The opposite of what we wanted to achieve.
Well, yeah.
The tariffs will also hurt consumers around the world. It will be felt immediately. Millions of citizens will face higher grocery bills. Medication will cost more, as well as transportation. Inflation will go up. And this is hurting in particular the most vulnerable citizens. All businesses, big and small, will suffer from day one. From greater uncertainty to the disruption of supply chains,
she's so boring,
to burdensome bureaucracy. The costs of doing business with the United States
That's much better.
will drastically increase. And what is more, there seems to be no order in the disorder, no clear path through the complexity and chaos that is being created as all US trading partners are hit.
She is correct. There is no order to the disorder. The disorder is the point.
In the past 80 years, trade between the European Union and the United States has created millions of jobs. Consumers across the Atlantic have benefited from reduced prices. Businesses have benefited from huge opportunities, leading to unprecedented growth and prosperity. And at the same time, we know that the global trading system has serious deficiencies. I agree with President Trump that others are taking unfair advantage of the current rules.
I disagree.
And I'm ready to support any efforts.
The only people taking advantage right now is the United States. We're the ones taking advantage. We've been the ones taking advantage, and now we're not. Now we're going to suffer.
Global trading system fit for the realities of the global economy.
She wants to be Laura Loomer?
But I also want to be
I
clear.
forgot about Laura Loomer news.
Reaching for
we
tariffs
have that too.
as your first and last tool will not fix it.
No shit.
This is why from the outset, we have always been ready to negotiate with the United States.
Yep, this is going to be a shit show. Why do you want to negotiate with the United States? Stop saying that shit. Just cut them off.
To remove the remaining barriers to transatlantic trade. At the same time, we are prepared to respond. We are already finalizing the first package of countermeasures in response to tariffs on steel. And we're now preparing for further countermeasures to protect our interests and our businesses if negotiations fail.
They will. Look, at least their, tariff plan isn't too bad for the steel coming back. I forgot about this one. Gotta show you, what Laura Loomer being up to. But first, Fox News poll, y'all! Tariffs on products will make products, on imports will make products you buy. 69% of Fox News viewers voted more expensive. Calling it now, Elon. You know, Volkswagen used to be a Nazi car brand. I just think it's really unfair with what they're doing to Tesla. Double standards in a country like Germany, unbelievable. 100% they'll say that shit. Yeah, nice. Nice is the right answer. But honestly, fell for it again. It's the fell for it again emote is perfect for these people because they just keep falling for it. Remember when the right-wingers called liberals the clown world people? Yeah. I mean, to be fair, every accusation is a confession, remember? Guess Fox needs to scapegoat immigrants 69% harder? No, you don't understand. It's not immigrants. They're going to scapegoat Canada, Greenland, Europe. It's their fault. They're actually doing it. The Europeans are harming us because they're mad about the tariffs, and they're doing it. Everything would have been fine if Europe didn't do it back to us or some shit. They literally expect Europe to eat these tariffs. We do need every accusation as a confession emote. I just don't know what the fuck that would look like. Sundry Concur at best, it's easier to cut partners off by opening with, quote, I just want to negotiate, but they wouldn't match my energy. Israel has been doing that for a calendar year. I mean, true. Scapegoating the transes. There's not going to be much transes left for them to scapegoat by the end of the year. Sorry to y'all. I hope you've left the States. See, this is why I have hope even Fox News polls showing this already and people haven't felt the prices yet. I don't have hope because they are just going to get brainwashed again. Like, sometimes the right has a moment of clarity, but that doesn't last very long. So Trump fired several national security officials a day after speaking with Laura Loomer, fired them for not being sufficiently loyal. Now, really quickly, let's get a rundown here.
CNN has learned the White House has fired multiple administration officials after the president met with a well-known far-right activist.
That's right. That activist
Stop calling her far-right. She's a Nazi.
Laura Loomer, who you see there in red. She was seen there at the White House yesterday greeting Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. Very much so there. CNN's Elena Treen outside the White House for us. Elena, your sources say Loomer urged Trump to terminate these employees. Can you tell us who they are, why they were let go?
Yeah, she actually went in, I was told, to the West Wing with a list of around a dozen names and urged President Donald Trump to fire them. A lot of this was more about loyalty tests and whether or not these people had the president's best interests at heart, at least from her point of view.
You guys know she's a Nazi, right? Here's Laura Loomer. By the way, the fact that she can say this shit is insane, because under the new rules for what's considered anti-Semitism, this is a crime that she's committing.
Right? And I'm going to say that. It is always the Jews. It is. And I say that as a Jew myself. I don't understand why the rich Jews of this country are so hell-bent on trying to destroy our country. But for some reason, so many rich Jews have a fixation.
The Jews are trying to destroy America, says the Jewish woman.
On trying to destroy America. And it's not an anti-Semitic statement to make. I say
it literally is. Brain Matter, you get the uncanny valley when you look at her because she's not human and she pretends to be. Bloody hell is fucking right, Alexander. This is technically illegal under the current laws. Are you kidding?
I say that as a Jew myself, okay? I am very pro-Israel.
Yeah.
I am a self-identifying...
Oh, that's why it's legal, because she throws in, I'm pro-Israel.
Zionist. And I am not hateful towards Jewish people. But I will say as a Jew, the Jews' worst enemy is the Jew themselves. And I am really sick and tired of watching all of these Jews with large amounts of money in our country donate to fund the destruction of our nation and the communist takeover of America.
So this is who the president is taking advice from, and remember, like, was already even before he was elected. Laura Loomer, the woman who tried to pick up guys online, fascist mixer by saying that she had an Ashkenazi IQ and an Aryan rack. Christ. I mean, yeah, this is who the president takes advice from on loyalty tests.
Okay, listen up, Jews. Okay. Yeah, it's always the Jews, right? And I'm going to say that.
Yep,
it is always
it is Laura Loomer.
It is. And I say that as a, right? And I'm going to say that. It is always the Jews. It is.
It's Laura Loomer.
Now, this was first reported by the New York Times, but what we've learned since is that the White House has actually moved forward with firing multiple administration officials. At least 3 national security staffers were also on that list. And look, it's interesting because we know that National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, he was actually meeting with the president in the Oval Office before
It doesn't matter. Sundry clown car. It doesn't matter. The communists take over America, ma'am. Do you know who the president is? Did you hit your head? No, it's the deep state. No, it's the American rich Jews that are fighting from Wall Street against the president of, like, the communists on Wall Street. Yeah, that tracks. Yes, every Wall Street like banker, every Wall Street trader, stock, like these are communists, you know?
Your eyes look so good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
The Nazis hate me.
It's fine.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
How is this, like, is this, oh my God. This is not how you pick people. Women don't act like this trying to pick men up, in my experience.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You got it.
I'm going to tell you a secret. Like, you know, so many people in this movie.
That's her flirting. She flirts like a creepy right-wing man.
Had entered the West Wing and came in to meet with him, so he ended up staying back.
Yep, and that's who got to go into the White House and tell the president to fire 3 national security officials. That fucking lady, that Nazi, is the woman who's doing this shit. She's the one Trump's listening to.
There, while she was doing this, while she was telling him how many of the staffers who served beneath him, including his principal deputy secretary, his deputy secretary, Alex Wong, saying that he was too hawkish, that he wasn't loyal as well. So a very interesting meeting, and I want to give you just a little bit of context.
The world is bad.
Loomer,
Thank you for that
someone,
link.
as you mentioned, she's a far-right activist. She's actually someone who had a lot of access to the president while he was on the campaign trail. We did a story last fall about how she had traveled with President Donald Trump to a 9/11 memorial, something that actually caused a lot of consternation within his inner circle. And she's been complaining in recent weeks as well that she hasn't had enough access to the West Wing. But yesterday, of course, we know now that she has met with him.
She hates Elon too. That's why she was complaining that she didn't have enough access to the West Wing, because Elon Musk wasn't allowing her in. Somehow Trump looks uncomfortable in that pic. That's something. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, how could you be near this demon and feel comfortable? She just radiates evil.
So now, I did speak with Loomer as well. I want to read you just a bit of the statement she sent me. She confirmed that she had met with him and said, out of respect for President Trump and the privacy of the Oval Office, I'm going to decline on divulging any details. But she went on to say that it was an honor to, quote, present him with my findings. I will continue working hard to support
many such cases. She's a Nazi. Of course she's unhinged. Like, did you miss the clip of her trying to pick up a Nazi by saying she has an Ashkenazi IQ? That's the woman that Dad tells you to run the fuck away from? Yeah.
Agenda, and I will continue reiterating the importance of strong vetting for the sake of protecting the president.
Okay,
and
I think that's enough of that. I think we've got the picture. Guys, please go jump and like the stream on YouTube. It definitely does help. It was an honor to snitch on the president. Sis, what? Yeah. I wonder if she was one of those shit posters on 4chan or something. She was. Did you, like, Laura Loomer literally locked herself, like, chained herself to the doors of Twitter when she got banned from it. Hold on. Loomer chained to Twitter HQ. Oh, yeah, I can't believe you guys don't know this. Let me find a good video that shows, like, the shit she was screaming, not just the news covering it. There we go. Can we... There's no audio? Really? Hold on, I need it with audio. Give it to me. This lady got banned from Twitter for saying Nazi shit and then chained herself to the doors of Twitter HQ. This was well before Elon bought it. This was 6 years ago. Give me the full video. Maybe I should just look on Twitter instead of YouTube. They make it so difficult to find anything on these people with, like, an easy search. It's all fucking photos. Give me a video. Anyone have a link? Come on.
I'm with the greatest president ever, President Donald Trump, who...
To Laura Loomer, chained to Twitter HQ and refusing to leave when she got... Here we go. It's an hour and a half. Holy shit. All right, let's just skip to... That side. There we go.
Rita, and calling out jihadis who killed 8 people here in New York City.
I got it.
It's out of control. It is out of control. But Jack Dorsey committed perjury when he lied to those members of Congress, and they let him get away with it. I don't know. My tweet obviously is just a fact. I mean, I can read it right here. It says... It's on the back.
Handcuffed herself.
Yeah, they took my sign away.
Can't even.
This is the tweet that I was banned for. You tell me.
Isn't it how ironic how Twitter Moment used to celebrate women, LGBT, and minorities is a picture of Ilhan Omar. Ilhan is pro-Sharia. Ilhan is pro-FGM. Under Sharia, homosexuals are oppressed and killed. Women are abused and forced to wear hijabs. Ilhan is anti-Jewish. What a weird woman. She's like, Nazis are insane. Every Nazi is insane. 2 hours. 2 hours she was here.
In this country, you're a leftist or if you're a Muslim, you get to say and do whatever you want.
If you're a leftist or a Muslim, you get to say or do whatever you want. 6 years ago. Yeah, that makes sense.
You're in New York City, but they get to get away with it. If you're a liberal in this country, you're a leftist or if you're a Muslim, you get to say and do whatever you want. But if you're a
In Fury, Nazism back in the day was also hella gay.
conservative, you'll get silenced, you'll get censored, you'll be shut down for telling the truth.
I want to see the most unhinged part. Because she was screaming like Nazi shit over here, too.
And that is the message, that
I'm a hot piece, man. My nose
Jack
is so long,
Dorsey is sending people.
So, like, insane. And the Nazis were always like this. The Nazis back in the day were also fucking cringe. There's never not been Nazis that are not insecure little victim cringe losers. Because Nazism is a foundation built on insecurity. Sexual insecurity and general insecurity. And then misogyny. And then everything else builds from there on. What's up, Jesse Murph? Good to see ya. Think I read somewhere that Hitler was bi? I mean, I believe it. Nazis are gay as fuck and cringe. So, more tariffs coming in from Germany.
This is the Kalavrita factory in southern Greece. Here, workers are helping
Greece.
make feta cheese, one of their country's best-known products, with growing popularity in the United States.
To be fair, I prefer Turkish feta over Greek feta because Turkish feta is softer and Greek feta is usually like the harder cheese. I like my feta where it's soaked in that like feta juice and you have to take it out and it's all, you know, wet and crumbly. That's my favorite kind of feta.
But after President Trump imposed new tariffs, that could be in doubt.
I want
The
5
tariffs
billion
certainly add a
%
cost to the
tariffs.
product. And what share of what will go to the final consumer, where the roulette ball will land, remains to be seen.
That uncertainty has fueled negative reactions from industrialists and politicians across Europe. The Spanish Prime Minister condemned President Trump's decision and urged the EU to take suitable measures.
Europe must deploy a package of counter-tariffs and other measures for economic security and strategic autonomy, which the European Commission and the member states have been preparing for months and will come into effect in the coming days and weeks if negotiations fail.
Reaction in Berlin was
This is
equally
not necessarily the end of humanity. It just might be the end of America. I just don't get it. What part exactly are you struggling to get, N Fury?
strong.
I consider
Right now, long leg Homo sapien, one of the most smuggled items into the United States is eggs. I want feta with wet, drippy tariffs is what my brain heard. I want wet, drippy feta, and I want 9 billion % tariffs. The whole self-destruction thing, well, we're crashing the economy because that's good for the wealthy, the uber wealthy. Because a lot of companies go bankrupt, and if you're a billionaire, you'll coast through, you'll lose some stuff, but then you get to buy all of these bankrupt companies, and then you get to have monopolies over everything. This is also a way of transferring wealth from everyone else to the uber rich. This is transferring wealth from the rich to the even richer. Can I get feta from the beautiful cows, not the woke ones? No, sorry, the American cows, they just don't make feta. You gotta do yoga for the cow to be able to produce this.
the US president's latest tariff decisions to be fundamentally wrong. This is an attack on a trade order that has created prosperity all over the world.
Well,
A trade
the
order.
uber wealthy kind of are making these decisions with their AI, aren't they? Look, the only thing that will save America is if we deploy
10,000 fucking pigeons. Eat this man.
We gotta deploy that to save America. What's up, Shufu Poofer?
An attack on a trade order that has created prosperity all over the world. A trade order that is essentially the result of American endeavors. The entire global economy will suffer from these ill-considered decisions.
But the German economy
Well, if you're really curious, this is how the market's closed. 4% down on the Dow, 1,700 points, nearly 5% on the S&P, 274, and 6% down on the NASDAQ at over 1,000-point drop, so.
Particular. Automotive exports to the US alone account for tens of billions of dollars each year. Some estimates suggest the overall economy could shrink by close to...
That was after they tried to rally it at the end, too, long leg Homo sapien.
2% as a result of these tariffs.
The general consensus across this continent appears to be that President Trump has now fired the first shots of a trade war. What battles lie ahead between Europe and the United States over the economy, we'll find out over the next 4 years.
It's gonna be a lot, guys. This is gonna be a while. EU threatens US tech sector, but keeps the door open to Trump tariff talks. This really is, like, we don't want to hurt you. You're putting us in a position where we're gonna have to hurt you. This is like someone broke into your house and you have a gun and you've pointed at them and you're saying, stop, don't come closer. Don't come closer, and they have a knife and they're coming at you and you're warning them like, please, I don't want to shoot you. I don't want to shoot you, and they just don't stop.
Chancellor Olaf Scholz slammed the US tariffs as fundamentally wrong and warned that the European Union could retaliate by targeting American tech titans. While on a larger continental scale, the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen promised Brussels was preparing further countermeasures, but added it was not too late to address concerns through negotiations.
Wait till we get to China. Shit gets interesting.
Reaching for tariff.
We already listened to von der Leyen. I don't care about you. I want to hear about the tech sector. Hold on. Aha, they always put it at the fucking end. And they say, no, you, I won't hurt you if you don't give me your house and you move out. Exactly, well.
We didn't get any new details in that video statement this morning by President von der Leyen. She said the EU is ready to strike back, but they're still holding out hope that the 20% rate can be negotiated down over the next week. It is set to take effect next week. So they appear to be in a holding pattern for the moment until...
You have to get down on your knees and suck Donald Trump off for this to happen. And we don't want that to happen. So don't do that. What do I think about Chris Murphy's take? Let's find out.
Trump's tariffs that he announced last night, it's not economic policy, it's not trade policy, it's a political weapon designed to collapse our democracy. Last night, when he released his tariff plan, economists were really confused because they looked at the numbers, they looked at the formula. It made absolutely no sense as economic policy, as a means to try to bring jobs back to the United States. That's because it's not trade policy, it's not economic policy. The tariffs are another tool for President Trump to try to compel pledges of loyalty, this time
this is true,
from companies and industry.
This is actually a historically accurate thing. This is what happened in Mussolini's Italy, for example, where economic hardship is applied to non-loyal companies to make them struggle and to transfer their wealth to the loyal companies. This is one of those things. Like, as I said, the crashing of the economy is good for the uber wealthy who are funding and backing the campaign, because then they get to A, buy up all of the bankrupt companies, but B, anyone that is able to coast through, if they bend the knee and they show their loyalty, then they get exemptions. It is an authoritarian tool to grow your own support among the rich, among the business class. Hey, like, I know you're hurting right now. This hurts, but come over to my side and I'll make it hurt a little bit less. Thanks for the follow, Clean Slate Chatter.
In the United States. You have to understand that everything Donald Trump is doing is in service...
Well, a lot of Americans are fleeing to Mexico right now, so...
...of staying in power forever. Either him or his family or his hand-picked successors. He's trying to destroy our democracy. That's why he is going law firm by law firm, university by university, to try to bully them into pledging loyalty to him. The tariffs are going to be used to do the same thing to private industry.
He's right, 100%.
Why are the tariffs so widespread? So that every business in this country has to come to the White House and make an agreement with Trump in which he gives them...
No, they're not fleeing to Russia. They have private security. They'll just kill you, N. Fury. Remember, last time Trump was in charge, people protested during Black Lives Matter, and he wanted to deploy live ammunition from the military. In 16 days, we're very likely getting martial law. Still, the chances of that happening are higher than them not happening. 16 days. You think that you get to have rights anymore? No. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know if you know about that, but look up the Insurrection Act. Nationwide? I mean, yeah. On January 20th, Donald Trump directed the Department of Defense and the Homeland Security Department, Kristi Noem and Pete Hegseth, to prepare a report that was due in 90 days. That 90 days will end on April 20th, and based on the answer of that report is, do we or do we not declare the Insurrection Act? It's up to the military to comply. Well, all of the generals that said no last time have been removed. So the military has been purged of everyone that isn't a loyalist. Hegseth has been working on this since he got in office. It's not going to vary by region. The military has purged the opposition. They're all his now. It's a junta.
Them tariff relief in exchange for a pledge of political loyalty.
That's the key. You will get relief, you will get exemptions if you pledge loyalty. We saw Eric Trump saying this earlier. The earlier you come and pledge loyalty, the better. The people that are last aren't going to get anything. Just in though, European Union is preparing to fine Elon Musk's X over $1 billion for disinformation. Can we make this 10, 50, 500 billion? Let's make this $7 trillion fine to Elon Musk. So probably Democrat politicians first. No, the Democrat politicians, most of them have already bent the knee in fury. It'll be protesters first. It'll be the socialists. It'll be likely content creators like Hassan, like me. Like, it's kind of illegal to speak out against the government in certain ways now. Thankfully, I don't live in the United States anymore, so I have slightly more free speech, but of course he's not going to pay, but then you can't come to Europe or we'll arrest you because you've committed a crime. He tried this shit with Brazil as well, and he did end up folding because they'll just shut Twitter off in Europe at the end of that. But from von der Leyen again, we are in Samarkand for the first ever EU Central Asia Summit. Tomorrow we'll be launching a strategic partnership with Central Asia. It means we can rely on each other. So as in, European officials are in India right now trying to create a trade relationship with India. Which is huge, by the way. But beyond that, it gets even more. Actually, I should have shown this one earlier. Could Germany's industry survive without China? The answer is no. But Vietnam to host China and EU leaders in the coming weeks amid U.S. tariff sources. So, based Vietnam, Europe is now meeting with China to form their trade relationship. So far we've laid out, America is off the table. Europe is moving away from working with America. They are moving towards creating a trade start over. They are working towards creating a trade relationship with India, and now they are working towards creating a trade relationship with China through Vietnam. This is very interesting, and yes, Vietnam is quite antagonistic with China. Beyond that, again, South Korea, Japan, and China are meeting to work together to jointly respond to US tariffs, who also fucking hate each other. Japan, South Korea, and China do not get along. The fact that they are working together is wild. Trying to play both sides to see if I can dodge the concentration camps. Yeah, look, me in Australia, all hail the Dragon Emperor. Please don't send me to Xinjiang. But China's very important for European defense, for example.
China is going to be the biggest market
especially now that Turkey looks to be more and more out of the picture.
For manufacturing for the decades to come. And if you're not competitive in China, you're not competitive on a worldwide level. AI will change everything, and there's going to be winners and losers. If you embrace AI, you have a chance of perhaps
It's not secret. Pine Gap is not secret. And it's not CIA, actually. It's a joint U.S. military and Australian military operation. although the Australian military is not kept, you know, in the know. It's not secret at all. We've watched a video of a couple Australian content creators just try and drive into the facility. It was very fun. Australia has also threatened to kick America out of Pine Gap. And Pine Gap is critical to US defense because it's one of our 3 geosynchronous satellites. Pine Gap is how we see the Middle East, how we see Russia, how we see Asia. So many of the bombs being dropped in Gaza get their coordinates from Pine Gap in Australia.
Becoming a winner. If you don't embrace this, you're definitely a loser.
Cedric Nika is a board member at Siemens. He's also CEO of Digital Industries for Siemens. Cedric, welcome. Thank you so much for taking the time. Siemens had arguably a very good year, last business year, 23-24. However, it's also not immune from the general downturn in industry. You're planning to cut 5,600 positions in your division, half of them in Germany. What happened?
So what actually is happening is that we had 3 fantastic years in which the growth
Let me think on this for a second,
was
Shugo
extremely
Cooper.
high, higher than normally as such, and then we hit a double effect. The one is that a lot of our customers, because of the supply chain crisis, had built up stocks, and the second one actually is that we hit a muted economy.
Now,
So we
Germany's Rheinmetall stocks continue to go up as well. If they increase trade relations with China, this is incredible for Germany's economy, especially because Germany was tariffing Chinese electric vehicles because they were flooding the market, and you know, Germany's a large automobile manufacturer. If they can work out a trade deal through that, this could be great for Germany.
needed to be able to do the readjustment, but the readjustment has to be done not only to cut roles, to be very honest, it's also to do reinvestments. Certain parts of the world.
Shufa Poofer, after some thought, I'm not sure I can actually say what the good ending is. Like, I don't think I'm allowed to.
Like India, etc., are coming back in a very different way than before COVID, and we need to make sure that we are sort of capturing that in the right way.
We know that especially you saw business losses in China, or orders were down in China, but also in Europe.
The fall of the United States is kind of necessary, though.
Surprising when you look at factory activity there. What are you hearing here when you talk to customers, when they come to you about their willingness to spend, about their willingness to take on some of these projects?
So I think the world has become more difficult to predict. I mean, if I go a step back, automation, which is the main business which we're driving, because our software business was very stable and actually growing in the right direction, but the automation business is directly linked to the automotive industry, directly linked to a lot of industry we have worldwide. But if I look at it, is China at the moment is coming back, and what we're doing is that the market which is coming back, we launched a lot of new products which we developed in China for China to be able to be competitive. We still have a very good position in China. Europe is mixed in terms of where we are. A lot of businesses in Germany.
Everything I'm hearing here is we are increasing cooperation with China, which for European defense is good, and we'll get there. We're going to talk about Russia as well today, so we got a lot to go through, but I do want to talk about China in a different fashion first, because there's been some really important stuff going on. But first, I want to show you these people. This is sick and delusional. These people are a death cult. They're going to kill millions.
Now, you're a market guy. You've been in the market for decades. When you see days like this, what makes you... Does this make you nervous? Or are you just like, it's another day?
No, it's not another day. It's the most important day in industrial America.
Now, you're a market.
This is a good day for the market. Yep. All right. Now, let's get a little palate cleanser. I'm going to show you guys something nice before we move on to something not nice. Here is a rhinoceros just walking around in Nepal. The goodest boy. It's not that they're surprised or realizing now, Captain Buggy, it's that they wanted to not work with China, and now they feel like they have to, and so they're moving that way, especially because they've also started trade relations with India. The rhino does seem chill. Good citizen right there. We need more of them. That is friend-shaped. The fact that, like, you could go up and give that a hug. sincerely believe this. It's not fake. I think it actually is an Indian rhino. But, like, that shit happens in parts of the world. If it's fake, I don't care, though. I believe it's real because it makes me happy. Also, the people just walking around like this is normal, because it probably is. So, China's mad at us. Because we kind of did something. When we announced these tariffs, we put Taiwan under countries. And so America, which has historically avoided declaring Taiwanese, you know, independence as their own country, even under Biden, we wouldn't really say that. We wanted to get close. We had Nancy Pelosi go over there. China was getting real mad at us, but we would never openly say Taiwan is a country. Well, we did now. We did now. And, you know, China ain't gonna be happy about it. So, U.S. slaps 54% tariffs on China, shaking Asian supply chains. Beijing vows retaliation. The unexpected W, exactly.
China is known as the factory of the world. Now it's
Now, by the way, like, I don't believe in one China. Taiwan is its own country, but Taiwan's getting invaded this year.
To the U.S. face an added 34% tariff. That's on top of the 20% imposed earlier this year.
China, first row.
The tariffs on the world's second largest economy now total 54%, the highest of those announced during the Trump administration's so-called Liberation Day. Beijing has condemned the move.
We firmly oppose the U.S. unilateral imposition of tariffs on China. We oppose politicizing, weaponizing, or using trade issue as a tool.
In May, Washington will also scrap the de minimis rule, which allowed goods cheaper than $800 to enter the U.S. duty-free.
We got to make sure that that your treats are more expensive too.
The loophole had hugely benefited Chinese e-commerce companies such as Shein and Temu. New U.S. tariffs are also causing upheaval among China's neighbors. Cambodian goods have been slapped with a 49% duty. Laos, 48%.
You guys understand how much shit that we import from here? I will serve as a monk under Buddha. Yeah. Like, genuinely, I don't care if it's American fascism or Chinese fascism. I ain't bending the knee. R.I.P. Temu in 1 month, at least to America.
8%. Almost 1/5 of the people in these countries live below the poverty line. Southeast Asia's biggest economy, Indonesia, has been given a 32% levy. These tariffs are especially bad news for Chinese manufacturers who had implemented a strategy known as China Plus One, building factories and supply chains in neighboring countries such as Vietnam in an effort to bypass U.S. duties targeting Beijing. Now it seems there is little escape. Goods from Vietnam are set to bear a 46% tariff.
All of our shit comes from these countries. Now, the idea here is to move manufacturing to America, which is likely to happen in some cases. Do you understand that they have to build these factories, hire these workers, convince Americans to work for lower wages, and buy shit that's more expensive when they have less money? Like, this is horrible for Americans, and I want them to keep doing it. More tariffs
Thailand,
now.
36%. Analysts say this could spur more intra-Asian trade.
Billion
I think actually there'll probably be more trade between ASEAN and Northeast Asia. I think Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan will do more with ASEAN.
U.S. allies weren't spared either. In South Korea, news of a 25%.
Yeah, clothes are about to explode in prices. You are correct, Captain Buggy. Vietnam does most of the tailoring and stuff for us. Most of our consumer goods are actually made in Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia, as well as even designer goods. Most of the the factories that make cheap consumer goods also are the same factories that make the designer goods. Consumer goods is the only thing keeping American consumers afloat. We all know that we can't afford housing, healthcare, education. All we've had to do to cope with neoliberalism is cheap TVs. Now they want to take that away. All of your treats are gone. Sorry. Not only that, but they are tariffing things that can't be found or made in the U.S. Yeah. Like food. Multiple years training workers, paying sub-minimum wage, convincing them to do this. monopolization is going to get bad when smaller businesses lay off their workers and people are forced to work for Amazon and Walmart. Amazon and Walmart are going to be the producers. These companies might not even come to America. It might just be those companies that start factories to bring this, like, manufacturing to America, but not these jobs, not these companies.
Tariff sent shares dropping to their lowest level since January.
Enjoy
Japan's
working in the
Nikkei
Amazon
plunged to an
sweatshop.
8-month low after being hit by a 24% tariff.
What we're really worried about is the ongoing, I would say, tsunami type of effect.
Well, if you buy your clothes from Shein, that can be mass-produced because they're not made like regular clothes. Like Shein clothes, you can't go to a tailor or a seamstress and have them do alterations to it because they're plastic. They're not made with the same type of fibers that you'd be able to do a stitching or an alteration. So
After this earthquake, in other words, a global implication to this.
China is urging the Trump administration to come back to the negotiating table. If not, it's vowed countermeasures in response to the new duties scheduled to come into effect on April 9. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
no housing, no education, no healthcare, no retirement, no iPads, no TVs, no clothes, no cars, no porn, no women, no queer people, no guns for the left, no rights, no speech, no protest, no government, no jobs, no heating, no air conditioning in the summer. You guys are going into summer. Have fun with your electricity bills. No bussy, no burritos, no biddies. All you got is the cussy now. The US bans romantic and sexual relationships with Chinese citizens for all government employees in China. Cussy is from Howard Lutnick wanting to fuck the cows really badly. If you missed that. Bro, what the fuck? Yeah, look, I can understand, like, banning marrying, like, someone in China if you're working as a US government official in China in, like, national security, but all government workers are not allowed to have romantic or sexual relationships with Chinese citizens. That shit is Nazi shit. This is Nazi shit. Like, understand how insane that is. Literally no Chinese biddies. Literally. So, now let's get to the part where I get to shit talk China for a little bit. China blockaded Taiwan and was practicing live-fire military drills on invading Taiwan.
China is staging military exercises off Taiwan's north, south and east coasts, involving its Navy, Army and rocket forces. In a statement, Beijing's Eastern Theatre Command says it's deployed ships, aircraft and artillery to practice blockading the island, strikes on ground and maritime targets and air interceptions. In a video accompanying its announcement, it called Taiwan's president
propaganda video. It was actually a very well-made propaganda video too.
A parasite and depicted him as a green bug held by chopsticks over a burning Taiwan. The command called the drills a stern warning against separatism.
The exercises have been thoroughly prepared to send a stern warning to the Taiwanese authorities. The more they pursue their separatist agenda, the further the PLA will advance its actions. The message the PLA is sending to Taiwan and the entire world is clear. Any form of Taiwan secession, whatever its slogans, disguises, or means are, will only lead to a dead end.
So, here's the thing, Busan. I've said previously that the idea of America going to war with China is a psyop, that we're not going to do that, that they're our ally, that we are more likely to go to war with Iran, Greenland, Canada, Mexico, Panama, etc. We might actually do this. We might actually have to, because the entire reason that I based this off of was Trump made a deal to continue Biden's deal of bringing, like, microchips manufacturing to America. The CHIPS Act. He's taking credit for it. We're building the factories. We're going to be producing the advanced microchips in America. But that's going to take at least 3, 4, 5 more years. Now, we're not ready for that, and we need those chips. If they do this now, we might go to war with China. Hassan's theory was America is pushing Taiwan back into the arms of China. I don't think so. Yeah, TSMC was working with the US government to build a factory in the United States.
Beijing considers democratically...
It's the most important, like, it's the most critical commodity in the world. Advanced microchips, they're in everything.
Governed Taiwan part of its sovereign territory and considers the Lai government separatists. Taiwan says at least 71 Chinese military aircraft and 13 Navy ships are involved in the exercises.
That's not a lot.
But the PLA's forces have not approached closer than the island's 24 nautical mile contiguous zone.
17 ships and 23 aircraft is not a small amount, though.
Our troops immediately dispatched naval and air forces, as well as air defense missile units, to implement contingency measures after detecting the dynamics of the Chinese Communist military exercises.
China is obsessed with resolving disagreements through military force. As an authoritarian state, China believes military power makes right. This is the primary reason for their military exercises.
The president is emphasizing the importance of maintaining peace in the Taiwan Strait, encouraging the peaceful resolution of these cross-strait issues, reiterating our opposition.
Donald Trump wants peace? I've never heard that before.
To any unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force or coercion.
Analysts are warning the drills will continue and that Taiwan and the West should not allow them to cause complacency.
As a Taiwanese people, we have to worry about this because right now it's like, you know, we are in a water pot and they are boiling the water gradually, step by step. And if we are not...
I love how everywhere we have the same analogies. We're every single fascist country has the same playbook and everyone suffering has to say the same shit. We're the frog boiling in the water. Motherfuckers, we are boiled. We are well done. We are charred at this point.
Not aware of this kind of situation, it will be a huge threat for Taiwanese people's daily life. It's also for international audience as well, especially to the U.S. because U.S. Secretary of Defense just left this area, so this is a very direct message to him. You are going to visit here just for a period of time, but we are going to be here like forever. So this is a strong message to the Secretary of Defense of the U.S. Otherwise, if you don't take these kind of measures and then you just let the U.S. politicians to talk about their rhetoric against China, then this is not a welcoming, signal for China's domestic audience as well.
Thank you to the autists for making these advanced microchips true. Now, they surrounded the island. Like, again, 17 warships, 23 planes. They were practicing direct assaults. These drills mainly focus on sea-air combat readiness patrols, assault on maritime and ground targets, blockading on key areas and sea lanes to test joint operations capability of the troops. The coordinated action marks a significant escalation in the region's pressure, underscoring China's growing readiness to enforce its claims over Taiwan. Now, what I think may have triggered this is the fact that Taiwan arrested Taiwanese presidential guard jailed over spying for China. 4 Taiwanese soldiers, 3 from the president's office security team, have been sentenced to up to 7 years for leaking military secrets to Chinese intelligence. Between 2022 and 2024, they received up to $20,000 to photograph confidential info, betraying extremely sensitive and important units, the court said. This could have been a cause that instigated the military drills, but at the same time, like, who knows at this point? Now, they did end the drills after 2 days, but this is supposed to be later on. We're not there yet. Here's some of the videos and images. I mean, like, ships. China's Shandong carrier spotted in the distance. Yeah, that's a carrier. They had a carrier out there. That's not small. Obviously, this is a practice run for taking the island, but, like, you do realize it costs money to deploy this shit, to do these tests.
China is continuing large-scale military exercises around the island of Taiwan for a second day.
What a dog.
Beijing says the war games are designed to practice precision strikes on Taiwan's key ports and energy facilities. On Tuesday,
I'm kind of tempted to watch their propaganda video, knowing that it is obviously a propaganda video, but it was really good. They have more money than we can imagine playing with a video game, Civ. I mean, we are all playing Civ now. It's also not a super carrier, but yes, that works.
The Chinese military surrounded the self-ruled island with planes and warships to practice blockading Taiwan, which Beijing considers part of China. Katrina Yu is in Beijing with more.
China's People's Liberation Army are continuing their drills, which they started around the island of Taiwan on Tuesday, and we've gotten more details as to what's involved. The operation has now been given a public name, and that is Straight Thunder 2025A. Straight Thunder 2025A, which does suggest that there could be a B later on this year. We also know that these drills involve long-range live fire exercises that are designed to...
I mean, not only to surround it, but live fire exercises, yeah.
Focus on precision strikes on simulated targets of key ports and energy facilities. We've also been given some detail about some of the advanced technology that is involved in these exercises, namely a YJ-21 air-launched ballistic missile. Now that is being carried by an H...
Well, I mean, that's literally what they're called. They're called the PLA, so, like, that's the name of their army. They're not liberating anyone, but that's their name.
6K bomber plane, which is important to note is also capable of carrying nuclear weapons.
Literally,
now,
it is like someone walking around your house, like testing to see if they could crack that window, if they can pick your lock while you're home and just watching. Yeah.
Not the first time China has conducted these kinds of drills, but it does show how serious Beijing is about honing the capability to blockade the island of Taiwan should they deem necessary.
I mean, erratic cookie. North Korea is called the Democratic, like they call themselves Democratic, the DPRK, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. So.
Now, Beijing sees Taiwan, the democratically ruled island, as a breakaway Chinese province, and President Xi Jinping has said time and time again that whether by peaceful means or by force, it will be unified again with mainland China. Now,
that's a direct threat. Obviously, they've been making that direct threat for a while now.
Taiwan says it's been tracking these drills very closely since they began on Tuesday. They've dispatched their own fighter jets, their own warships, and so far they've detected as a part of the exercise.
That's what they just said.
15 Chinese.
That's literally what they just said.
By force, it will be, has said time and time again, that whether by peaceful means or by force, it will be unified again with...
Yeah, by peaceful means or by force. Like, they are fully trying to scare them into submission. And I wonder if, like, the lack of trust in the U.S. might actually do that.
Part of the exercise, 15 Chinese warships and 76 aircraft. Taiwanese leader Lai Ching-te has condemned the drills. He says that this is only demonstrating that China is a troublemaker in this region. And China sees Lai Ching-te as a separatist. They've called him a parasite. But Lai Ching-te says that the Taiwanese people should simply be free to choose their own fate. And we've also had criticism by Taiwan.
They called him a parasite.
Taiwan's biggest backer, the United States. They've said that this is an aggressive action that only serves to raise the tensions in this region and increase the security risk. And we've also had some criticism from the European Union saying that they will by no means accept any sort of change of status quo in the Taiwan Strait. Katrina Yu, Al Jazeera, Beijing.
So there's that. Now, we're going to get deeper into this, but I don't know how true this is. I'm still, I still don't think that we're not going to go to war with China. I don't see us going to war with China yet. This could change, but secret memo from SecDef Pete Hegseth tells the military to get ready for war with China over Taiwan. Everything else, Russia, Iran, terror groups is secondary, from the Washington Post, which is regime-like news, so again, not exactly trustworthy. The memo copies parts of the 2024 Heritage Foundation report almost word for word. The report's co-author now runs Pentagon policy. Heritage's playbook is now Pentagon guidance. U.S. forces are ordered to focus on Indo-Pacific firepower, subs, bombers, bunker buster bombs. Taiwan told to spend 10% of GDP on defense. Well, it's not secret if you share it on Signal. It's not secret if you post it on Twitter either. NATO is told to step up if Russia attacks. Europe is on its own. U.S. troops will stay home unless it's China or a direct homeland threat. Military units will now take border control, deportations, and drug bust, task handled by DHS. Until now, the Pentagon is being pulled into domestic enforcement. Well, that contradicts with what they just said earlier in it, which is all troops should be ready to get, go to war with China, not do domestic enforcement, so it's already contradicting itself. The memo names 3 new hotspots: Greenland, Panama Canal, and Cape Horn. U.S. force must be ready to fight in the Western Hemisphere. Well, I mean, Rundo, everything they do is illegal. Like, there's no law. Trump's Pentagon is betting it's all on one scenario: stop China from taking Taiwan. The rest, Middle East, Africa, Europe, is risked. I don't know how much I believe that, but we'll find out.
Wen Sung is a non-resident fellow with the Atlantic Council's Global China Hub and a specialist on relations between China and Taiwan. And he joins us now from Taipei. Great to have you with us. What do you make of these military exercises? What's Beijing trying to achieve here?
Yeah, I know the law, and her name is Pam Bondi.
Yeah, so intimidation is obviously the most straightforward goal, but we've seen that in previous rounds of military drill as well, when China showed a lot of fireworks and showed firepower. I think what is new this time around, however, is a new emphasis on simulating the more back office end of actual warfighting effort. By that, I mean that this time around, not only are they showing the latest weaponries, but they're also talking about ways to prepare for the logistics, the resupply ends of actual longer-term warfighting campaign as well. And that is why you hear China's military talking about the need to seal off key passageways in and near Taiwan Strait, both waterways and airspaces, such that in the case of a longer-term warfighting, the Chinese military would be able to better secure a dependable, safe resupplying routes for PLA's own.
Like, they're getting ready for this shit. Here, I want to show you what the actual Chinese propaganda video looked like. Obviously, like, this is propaganda, but it looked cool.
Defense has reported detecting 59 PLA aircraft.
Wait. No, that's not it. God damn it. Hold on.
Be it food rations, be it ammunition, supplies, and other factors necessary for ongoing war effort. So I think in that sense, China is really making the warfighting and invasion scenario much more of a holistic and more realistic prospect, and that, of course, meant to intimidate.
I mean, Beijing has maintained that Taiwan will become part of mainland China for many, many years now, but how seriously should we take...
Very fucking seriously.
On the second day of extensive military...
Chinese propaganda, everybody.
Yo, fuck!
The reason I'm showing you this isn't just because it's cool. I'm showing you this because the level of propaganda also is generally an indicator on intent. I don't see France joining in a war against China. No, fuck no. Europe is trying to ally with China economically. This is a lot like Russian propaganda, which shows intent.
Surprise military drills around Taiwan. Chinese warships edge closer. Armored vehicles and tanks.
Well, yeah, I don't have ads, and this is Chinese propaganda. We're watching this to understand the level of intent. It is very similar to Russian propaganda. It shows that they are genuinely going for it. Within this year, I imagine that this will begin. By probably at least October. This is what fascist TV looks like every day, yeah.
Mock targets purportedly rehearsing strikes.
You watch Fox News and you see this, but with American jets.
On high-value assets.
And Israeli jets.
Codenamed Straight Thunder 2025A, the drills were carried out in the middle and southern areas of the Taiwan Strait. China's aircraft carrier Shandong...
How is this good news? This is them practicing how to annex and bomb Taiwan, Vazali. This is not in any way good news. This is a propaganda video meant to instill terror in the Taiwanese citizens.
It's the latest Navy exercises around Taiwan. The Taiwanese Defense Ministry detected 71...
Like, yeah, you get it. Now, China did wrap the drills up, but at the same time as them wrapping the drills up, before we get there, Taiwan geared up for their own drills.
Taiwan is gearing up for its largest ever military drills. Known as
so many China simps would be in favor of this invasion. Yep, and I will ban every single one of them.
Exercises, Taiwan has been simulating how it would defend against an all-out attack from China, and these drills are crucial for the country's defense. The drills are separated into two sections. The first is a 2-week computer simulation, which uses war games to simulate different scenarios and outcomes.
Oxpecker, is that about, what, Second Thought, Hakeem? Which one of them?
The second part includes live fire drills,
Second Thought's not that
which
bad,
usually take place for 5 days in late July. But given recent tensions with China, those have been extended to 10 days. Officials have confirmed
Visali, can you explain to me how it's good news that China is practicing bombing and taking their island and their country, surrounded the entire island, and then practice specifically how to invade, which critical infrastructure to bomb? How does this make the Taiwanese feel safe? How is this good news for them?
Computer drills will start on Saturday.
I like Hassan. I just dislike his takes on China.
电脑辅助指挥所演习将以中共灰色地带侵扰以及由沿转战进犯台湾等可能行动为想定场景，运用联合战区层级的模拟系统推演平台。
In past iterations of Hangguang, Taiwan has practiced situations such as landing on highways, defending the coastline, and air defense. But this year, the drills will focus heavily on how the military can quickly mobilize its armed forces, forcing soldiers on the ground to make decisions themselves instead of waiting for orders from higher-ups. This move is in response to how China is conducting its own drills, as recent military exercises from Beijing show how quickly it can make a move on Taiwan.
Yep. I like Hassan, except when he's just doing Hogwatch. I'd rather watch him do Hogwatch than Chinese coverage. The only coverage of his that I don't like is China, because he's a China simp.
共军由沿转战的可能行动，同时考量后备部队战力恢复需求的时间，国军运用常备部队既有的兵力及资源，先期遂行集结、布雷及物资分散屯储等各项备战部署作业。
The Hangguang exercises have been criticized in the past for being too scripted, with critics pointing to one part of the drill in which a team in red, simulating China, always loses to the defending Taiwan blue team. Taiwan's military has now gotten rid of this part of the drill, something being hailed as a step forward towards a more robust defense strategy.
Yeah, I would imagine.
The fact that they are operating without a script is really terrific because it makes people start thinking independently, not just waiting for orders to arrive.
You know, there's a new video that came out like a week or two ago from Johnny Harris. I know a lot of you don't really have like the best thoughts on him, and he's not great, but he did do a video on why militaries play war games, and I think that might be useful in taking a look at. Son just likes a centralized economy and city planning, probably. To be honest, I don't know much about specifics on why he rocked the CCP. Well, he definitely does like the city planning and the centralized economics, and I agree with him on that. He just likes the CCP for some reason. I saw a bad empanada clip on ContraPoints. Why do leftists have to be this way? That's a good question. Oh, that video was good. I think the chap showed it. Did he? Damn. Beat me to it. No, I don't think we watched that one.
Centralized location because command and control.
We watched a different Johnny Harris video, but not that one. So China did wrap up its drills.
China has wrapped up 2 days of large-scale military exercises around Taiwan. The military conducted long-range live-firing drills in the East China Sea.
I've literally never seen a single bad empanada video, and I'm not feeling bad about that at all.
Is continuing to step up its pressure on Taiwan with this second day of large-scale drills. And here's why. There's some differences in the exercises that we are seeing today. Earlier this morning, we saw the military announce a code name for the exercise, Straight Thunder 2025A. And analysts I've spoken to say that giving the exercise a code name makes it official, even though there have been conflicting reports from state media as to whether yesterday's drill did fall under this code name. But that doesn't really matter that much because the substantive is that Beijing is, stepping up.
Wait, can you evidentiate that Hassan was in favor of Russia invading Crimea? because I very much remember Russia, like Hassan being very against the Ukraine invasion. I don't remember anything about him saying that he was pro-invading Crimea. I do remember a lot of tankies that were pretending that, like, the Maidan revolution was a psyop and that, like, somehow that justified Russia's invasion, but, like, he walked that one back eventually. So he did say that, but I guess he was wrong. Okay. As well as if he walked it back, then that's fine. You're allowed to be wrong. Yeah, I've only ever seen Hassan be anti-Russian invasion. I forgive him. You're allowed to be wrong. I was wrong yesterday. I said that we're not importing any goods from Russia. I was wrong. We are importing goods from Russia. We import about $3 billion worth of goods from Russia. Not much, but we do. And I was wrong about that. And that's okay. He justified it, maybe not supported it, but even then it was icky. It's absolutely icky, but the fact that he walked it back is good. Now, here we go. This one has at least some more detail on exactly what they were simulating.
China claims Democrat correspondent Oliver
in the same sense that every time China carries out these exercises in the vicinity of Taiwan, it's an escalation. It certainly does not mean an invasion is around the corner, despite the opinion of many Western analysts that Xi Jinping has instructed the military to retake Taiwan by 2027. But this is
like, I've explained what Russia's justification is, but it's wrong. I already watched the best Turkish streamer. Based long like Homo sapien.
A surge and an intensification. There has been live fire claimed by the PLA. Now, the Taiwan side says that they have no report of that themselves. But the exercises are also very precise, as you said, targeting Taiwanese ports and also simulating a blockade. Now, they come in the wake of footage being leaked recently of China's amphibious landing barges. We can see them here, which are intended to overcome the logistical obstacles of getting large numbers of troops onshore in Taiwan, which I'll be returning shortly.
Which we've talked about before, in that is the hardest part of taking Taiwan, is the landing of the troops, because it would, like, China would have to eat quite a lot of casualties to land military forces on, like, Taiwan. But they are simulating the best ways to do this, what infrastructure to strike before they do, and, you know, it makes sense.
Now, the European Union, Japan, and the US have condemned the exercises, but Taiwan is far more likely to be just alerted by them rather than alarmed. This is par for the course for them.
Jesus.
Now, there has been speculation mounting for some time.
Is Hong Kong already Chinese, by the way? I mean, China annexed Hong Kong. Yeah.
Over Chinese invasion, is it a possibility, an imminent possibility?
Well, any speculation about a possible Chinese invasion, and this is usually omitted by people in the West, has to be conditioned by the challenges that it entails. The first of these
no, you know what, Captain Buggy, you're right. Plus 2014, Hassan was on TYT, and back then TYT was definitely in lockstep with the rest of the anti-Russian invading Crimea, probably wanting Obama to do something about it. They probably did clip him out of context.
Logistical.
They might have clipped him, like, making a joke, which happens often.
Weather and maritime conditions mean that you could only really do an amphibious landing in May or June, and even then, it's far from straightforward.
Wait. Did you just hear that? Because that's kind of key. I might have to move my timeline up a little bit. I thought maybe October, but...
The first of these are logistical. Weather and maritime conditions mean that you could only really do an amphibious landing in May or June, and even then...
You can only do an amphibious landing in May or June. Well, next month is May, and they just practiced invading Taiwan. So, it does not make sense for China to invade now that America supports for the Taiwanese economy is about to collapse. No, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's scary. We got 1 to 2 months tops. If it doesn't happen this year, it's going to happen next year. But it looks like they're definitely preparing for it. This is like the moment before, like, Russia invaded Ukraine, and everyone was like, oh, they're not going to invade Ukraine when there's, you know, a bunch of soldiers on the border. Oh, yeah, no, they're not going to invade Taiwan 1 to 2 months before the window for ideal land, like, troop landings are opened. The window is opening. And when the window opens, I see them taking it. Before we did accelerationism, I would agree. It makes more sense to let the U.S. build up their chip production to become less reliant on Taiwan, but considering fascism, maybe by the end of the year, yeah.
Straightforward.
The window is up to 2027, so it's happening within the next couple of years. It could just be this year. I feel like now is the best time to, while everything is all mixed up, Europe is like on their knees begging for Chinese help and won't be able to respond to this. If I was China, I'm doing this next month.
Terrain of Taiwan.
Exactly. Long live Homo sapien.
The name Taiwan literally means the terraced bay. That comes from.
You shouldn't make jokes about war when you're a serious political commentator. I think that's bullshit. I make jokes all the time, and I'm a serious political commentator. You just need to like listen to the rhetoric. You can tell when something's a joke if it's clipped out of context. That makes it difficult, but like you can make jokes. Whoever said he's a serious political commentator, he makes jokes all the time. I mean, to be fair, like, I would consider Hassan a serious political commentator, but I don't think that means you can't make jokes. You can fuck around. We are, like, every Twitch streamer is, as Bill Burr said, the dancing clown, so, you know.
A large curtain of cliffs, mainly on the east coast, but also
What's up,
part
Cat Thrower?
of the west coast as well, and it's both cliffs and inhospitable coast. And the waters around the more approachable coast are incredibly shallow, about less than 15 meters deep in parts. So you're going to have to, any ships will have to anchor probably at least 2 kilometers offshore, meaning troops would have to be moved in on landing crafts.
And those landing craft, yeah, like Normandy Beach, those landing crafts are incredibly vulnerable to being striked by missiles, which is why we're testing, or rather they're testing, how to strike exactly the infrastructure that would then hit their landing craft. They have the plan down. This is Civ. If they have rocket bases and you are going to do a troop landing and you are worried about your landing craft being targeted and you have surrounded the island with 17, warships, which I likely think would be doubled for an actual invasion, 23 aircraft, which would also be doubled likely for an invasion, you would take out the infrastructure that would hit you back, that would attack your landing craft to make it much easier. Obviously, Hassan is a centrist political commentator, not a serious political commentator. Yeah, of course, he has to wear the hat. Only when he wears the hat. I need a MAGA hat. It's like making jokes about the genocide in Palestine. It's icky. I think it's different when you're making jokes about, like, the bad people dying. Like, I make jokes about the Russians constantly. Like, the barrel Russian and the pipe Russians. Those are my favorite kinds of Votniks. I've made that joke. Now, like, the Russians are genociding Ukraine, but Japan is not pretty nervous right now because Japan, South Korea, and China are working together economically to counter American sanctions, or sorry, rather tariffs. We looked at that earlier. Here we go. China, Japan, South Korea. I think that Japan feels kind of safe right now when the 3 of these countries are jointly responding to U.S. tariffs. I genuinely hate streamer drama as well, by the way.
For D-Day, albeit on a much larger scale, and those will be in heavily mined waters as well. Then there are the difficulties in occupying an island that is mostly mountainous, covered in thick jungle, and which will be likely heavily sabotaged. So the Chinese government will also have to consider the domestic response as well, that this could go very, very well, but more than likely it's going to be very, very costly, particularly if soldiers start coming home in body bags very soon.
Well, I mean, again, an invasion of Taiwan would result in quite a lot of casualties. He's not a centrist. He makes jokes about him being a centrist when he puts on his MAGA hat so that he can say things that Republicans say without being arrested, many such cases. The centrist thing is a joke from his community. He wears a MAGA hat, calls himself Hank Pecker, and says that he is a non-political centrist so that he can say the things that Republicans can usually say as, like, a joke. Yeah. Trump is recreating the East Asia co-prosperity sphere. Yeah, literally, like, getting these 3 countries to work together is insane. This is like the great uniter shit.
Has the Trump administration's foreign policy, do you think it might push China to possibly go ahead and invade Taiwan?
Well, a new chaotic world ushered in by the Trump administration could possibly do that. I think an invasion itself is somewhere off yet.
No, I disagree. I think right now is the optimal time for this. If I'm China, I'm doing this next month. I'm doing this in May or June.
There are conditions in Europe that could embolden China to move. One of those would be a war beyond the current war in Ukraine, something it would have to be fairly cataclysmic. They might see the West.
I disagree. I think any real instability there is enough. And remember, both German and Danish intelligence last month have said that within 6 months, so 5 months within now, Russia is likely to test Article 5 in the Baltics by invading Lithuania, trying to grab Kaliningrad.
Distracted and sees the opportunity to invade. Now, with regard to Trump, it's unclear that he would actually be any more accommodating to China than the Biden administration would have been. There's been no message, for instance, to the US's allies in Asia, similar to the ones delivered to NATO members in Europe about the US potentially disengaging. The US has also condemned these exercises. There's no reason to believe that they would simply, even under Trump, sit by and let China.
There's still a chance that America could try and defend Taiwan. Like I said, we need those chip manufacturers in America. And right now, those chip manufacturers are not in America yet. China's like, well, the US is distracted doing whatever the fuck that is, so let's do it. Kinda, yeah. Europe is on their knees begging for trade deals with China and India, who are also US allies. America's the wild card here. We won't know until we know, and that's kind of how it works with Trump anyway. China may agree with you and want to invade now, but we don't know how prepared they actually are. We've only been seeing propaganda assuming that they're ready. Well, Rondo, they've been saying that the window is by 2027. They've been increasing their naval assets. They've been increasing their ability to do this. They've been working on specifically this for years. They've done drills like this even under the Biden administration. This is difficult to really read through the propaganda, but there has been a concerted effort to build up a force that is capable of doing this for years now. We do have to make the assumption that they are ready. I'm not saying that we shouldn't. Oh, absolutely, yeah. We should make the assumption that they're ready, but they might not be. And I've said in the past that they are not, that they would lose too many in this type of a war. But that really depends on if America decides to join in. If China waits too long, like Trump, or dies or something, who the fuck knows what the odds will be in 1 to 2 years? Yeah, we don't know how Vance would react to this. I hope they go with a do nothing and win strategy. Trump will abandon Taiwan and collapse their economy. Maybe. This is the part where it's unclear.
Invade. And the global economic fallout as well, which would be considerable, would also be enough to give China pause. Now, a clearer possibility is a blockade. And of course, China in these exercises contained a blockade. This would be an attempt to put Taiwan's economy in a chokehold. It's not a non-military response. It would have to be underwritten with force, and would also carry repercussions for China.
If they did a blockade rather than an invasion, that I think would be more likely to create a US response, because a blockade would specifically block trade. And if they took the island relatively quickly and easily, then they would still keep the chip manufacturing running. I assume that the invasion would try and avoid destroying the TSMC factories and would continue chip trade to the US. So a blockade is way more doable, but I see it actually being a larger risk in getting a US response.
But it would be a lot less risky than an invasion.
See, I disagree entirely.
Is another possibility where you could actually target Taiwan's intelligence, cyber infrastructure and communications.
They're already doing that.
Now, make no mistake, China is preparing for an invasion, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's imminent. They will ensure, however, that when the conditions
I'm 100% sure they could do a blockade right now with months of planning. Oh yeah, they could. They could absolutely, easily blockade the island. I just think that a blockade is more likely to result in an American response on the Taiwanese defense side than just taking the island would. Because again, if they just take the island and make sure to not bomb the TSMC factories, they could keep trade with America open on those chips, which would be enough to get America to say, nah, that's fine, whatever, I don't care anymore.
Right, they will be ready. But it's also worth pointing out that Taiwan will be ready too. The Taiwanese...
I disagree with everything this guy has said so far. Now, it's possible. He could be right, I could be wrong, but I feel like it leans more in the other direction. All right. Give me a second to get some stuff in order. Now we're going to move on to Russia for a little bit. Oh, did you guys hear that Dr. Oz got confirmed? So there's that now. Oh yeah, we still have this too.
Next.
God damn it. Sorry, hold on. A lot of clips to open up and get ready. Hope it's bedtime. Night, y'all. Have a lovely night, Rondo. Okay. I think that could be most of it. Yeah, cool. So, first off, if you're having nightmares, what'll fix that is buying a tier 1 sub. That would fix your nightmares. I gotta buy beans and rice as well, so, you know. We dropped sanctions on Karina Rottenberg, who is the wife of Boris Rottenberg, a Russian oligarch and a longtime loyalist of Vladimir Putin. So there's us dropping some sanctions right there. Fuck therapists. Hate this one trick. True. If you want therapy, you gotta pay for it. Which, by the way, us dropping sanctions on that Russian oligarch is a very clear indication as to why we aren't tariffing them. We sanctioned one person. We sanctioned several people because those one people are incredibly wealthy and influential. I remember the last time I was in Turkey, which is one of the only places, at least prior to this administration, that Russians could go on vacation. I was by Bodrum. I was on a boat trip with my parents, and we passed by a Russian oligarch's second mega yacht, which was his sports vehicle mega yacht. Like, it was he had 2 mega yachts parked in that same region. One was his normal mega yacht, and the other one was where he kept all his like jet skis, his speed boats, and his like fun water sports toys. Like, that's the level of rich these people are. Also, Bezos had a yacht there as well. It was fucking insane. Looking at those massive yachts while I'm in like a rickety wooden boat. I heard the Taliban got lower tariffs than Israel. That tracks. We are the Taliban. I fucking hate these people. Yeah, I know. Having multiple mega yachts is mental illness. Yeah. I think if you have multiple mega yachts, you should be fired into the sun, in fact. Put into a cannon, aimed directly into the sun and fired off into it. That's obviously satire. I think we could all agree. Speaking of, though, a Russian Tu-22M3 supersonic long-range strategic and maritime strike bomber crashed. Its fate was unknown. It's no longer unknown. What is your favorite place in Turkey? Well, fuck, that's a hard question. I love Istanbul because it's a very walkable city. It's really nice. The public transport is great. I did not like living there. Izmir is quite nice as well. It's much nicer than Istanbul with like the type of people. The climate is much warmer. But also did not really like living there. I don't like living in Turkey. I like going to Turkey. Bodrum is my favorite place to go because that's where like the awesome beaches are, the super like fancy resorts that like. The thing about going to vacation in Turkey that's great is when you have American dollars, your money's like times 23 when you go to Turkey. In fact, hold on. 1 USD to TL. Antalya is nice. I don't really remember being in Antalya because last time I was a child. $1 US is 38 Turkish lira right now. So that's one of my favorite things about going to Turkey is you get to do things rich people normally do without being rich. And you get to support the local economy, which desperately needs it. One of the pilots from the crashed Russian jet died, and the video shows one of the pilots surviving. debris scattered all around the crash site. Like, these things cost a lot of money. These things cost a lot of money. Now, I want you to remember that not only did we not tariff Russia, did we drop sanctions on a Russian oligarch, but, I mean, this is the type of shit Donald Trump says.
Are you comfortable with that? The fact that you walked away and Ukraine may not survive?
Well, it may not survive anyway, but, you know, we have some weaknesses with Russia. You know, it takes two. Look.
Yeah, they might not survive anyway. That's how he views Ukraine. Yeah, Turkish value is quite low lately. Especially now. Like, Turkey was getting better until everything with İmamoğlu started, which we're going to have a look at as well. I want you to remember that also, not only are we not sanctioning these people, are we not tariffing these people, are we talking about how Ukraine may not exist anyway, but the Russians are making fun of dead American soldiers. Until the dictator had to go and do dictator stuff, yeah. Press F to pay respects. Lithuanian swamp incident. Belligerence, Lithuania swamp. Swamp victory. They're making fun of American soldiers while we refuse to tariff them, while we refuse to sanction them, while we refuse to help Ukraine fight against them. They have zero respect for America. Remember, the day after Election Day, Russian state television aired nudes of Melania Trump. Like, on television for everyone to see. President makes fun of dead American soldiers too. You know what, actually, I forgot about that. That tracks. But Russia's worried about European defense spending.
Well, European leaders have agreed to dramatically boost their military spending after the U.S. froze all military and intelligence support for Ukraine. In Russia, Kremlin propaganda has celebrated the dramatic shift in the White House policy. But the idea of Russia's European neighbors now boosting their own military forces has been met with anger in Moscow.
This EU leaders' summit in Brussels is clearly irritating the Kremlin. Moscow has picked up on the fact that the EU is ready to boost defense spending and is considering sending peacekeepers to Ukraine.
The confrontational rhetoric.
I mean, Poland was already at 5.
And the confrontational developments that we are now seeing in Brussels and Europe's capitals are seriously at odds with finding ways to peacefully resolve the situation in Ukraine.
Kremlin is a baby.
State TV.
The fascists are always babies. They always act like they are the largest victims, the most mistreated people in the world. Here, take a look.
Hosts don't share Peskov's diplomatic etiquette. They were watching both the speeches and the looks of the participants.
The gathering itself resembles a meeting of cripples. Poland's Prime Minister Tusk hobbled past the cameras and declared that Russia would lose just like the USSR. So this Pole has injured not just his limbs but also his brain. The President of France has completely lost his mind as well.
According to state propaganda, it wasn't just the President of France who lost his mind.
They're fucking terrified.
They also called Denmark's PM Mette Frederiksen crazy for being open to nuclear weapons.
You know Ukraine's been winning this war, right? And they're continuing to. You know Ukraine no longer has a shortage of artillery? That's been fixed. They're
From recent
hold out.
reactions, it seems that state propagandists are most worried about Europe's unity in defending Ukraine.
This provincial Europe is being torn apart right now. Can you imagine how incompetent these people are and how little they have to do if they can afford the luxury of suddenly going to London, patting Zelensky on the head and showing Trump that they are against him?
Europe's unity.
I see. All their internal propaganda kind of falls apart if they straight up lose to a bunch of soy transgender Frenchies. Basically, yeah.
And the sharp rise in defense spending can't help but worry Russia, some experts believe.
It is, of course, a challenge, the Western awakening to the
or relative of the war will, in the long run, present a really serious challenge to Russia. Even with China's assistance and having basically invested in its military-industrial complex, Russia is at capacity at the moment.
Meanwhile, Lavrov said that Russia has no intention of attacking NATO despite EU fears. He believes there's one person in the West who knows that Russia's real goal is to stop NATO's expansion.
President Trump and his team understand very well that this was the root cause.
This week, officials and state propaganda warmly welcomed Trump's decision to halt aid to Ukraine. Backed by the U.S., they hope to strike a peace deal with Ukraine, one that would favor the...
IDK average military age was 47 last I've heard. Doesn't matter. They're still kicking Russia's ass. Like, they're genuinely the fucking lines have not moved. Do you understand how embarrassing it must be for Russia, the country that we all thought was like America's biggest foe, the greatest military assets that could oppose the US hegemony, like not even a decade ago, stalling out for 3 years against a country that barely had a functional military before we funded it?
Kremlin.
More on this. I'm joined now by DW's Sergei Satanovsky from
It's okay, I just wanted to show you guys how mad the Kremlin actually was. We don't need to hear the analysts. Czech Ammunition Initiative now has enough resources to provide ammunition on a monthly basis to Ukraine until September, says Czech Foreign Minister. And again, they're already set with enough ammunition to last them until 2026. This initiative decreased the efficiency of Russian artillery by 500%, the ratio from 1 to 10 in favor of the Russian army to 1 to 2. He also added that last year the Czech Republic delivered 1.5 million rounds of ammunition to Ukraine. We need to deliver this material to Ukraine so it can defend itself against Russia's war of imperial conquest.
First of all, about the Czech initiative, the big thing is that we have been able to secure financing so that this initiative now have enough resources to provide ammunition on a monthly basis to Ukraine till September. It's thanks to contribution by Canada, Norway, the Netherlands and Denmark. I would like to repeat that this initiative decreased the efficiency of Russian artillery by 500%. We have decreased the ratio from 1 to 10 to 1 to 2, and it's very important. The Czech Republic's industry delivered 1.5 million.
Oh god damn! Hassan had a congressman on. Hold on, I want to see what he says, because this congressman was saying some base shit last week when we were looking at him.
Their exemptions. Look, we're gonna see with these tariffs is just wait to see the lobbyists coming in.
Did any of the North Korean troops abandon Russia or get captured? Several of them actually were captured. We've covered it.
Cashing in to get their exemptions.
Yeah.
To have the foreign leaders of foreign nations going to Jared Kushner and Eric Trump and making an investment deal, and suddenly they're off the hook. I mean, at the end of the day, this is all about
You know what? We'll watch this whole we'll watch this whole conversation next stream because I'm curious. I wonder if the congressman saw the content nuke. Yeah. Like, I want to do that one justice, so let's not just, like, have a look at it in the middle of another segment.
Rounds of ammunition to Ukraine last year. 500,000 of that was large caliber ammunition, 155 millimeters, 152 millimeters. We need to deliver this material to Ukraine so it can defend against Putin's war of imperial conquest. First of all, about the Czech.
Nice. Love it. Love to hear it. Poland charges Ukrainian man with scouting Polish military facilities on behalf of Russia. Polish authorities on Tuesday charged a 47-year-old Ukrainian citizen with working for Russian intelligence after he was discovered last month conducting reconnaissance of military facilities in Poland. Goddamn, they even got like a fucking Ukrainian spy on the Russian end in Poland. Good job, Russia, catching this. Denmark announced its 25th military aid package for Ukraine, valued at 6.7 billion. Denmark, what is it? Kron something? What do the Danish call their money? Danish currency. It's called the kron, isn't it? Yeah, kron. So, not bad. Air defense, artillery, financial support for Ukraine, Air Force are the key elements of the new aid package, which is amazing because that's a lot of what they need. There's a lot of drone warfare going on now, and this will help with that. Estonia plans to start building bunkers on its border with Russia this year, which is more good news. They are preparing for serious war with Russia, as they should be. I'm glad they're not like half-assing this shit, because that would be terrifying. German 45th Armored Brigade begins operations in Lithuania. The brigade's primary mission is to guarantee the protection, freedom, and security of Lithuanian allies in NATO's eastern flank. Also great, because as we've said multiple times, the greatest risk of Russian invasion right now is Lithuania. All of the intelligence says the Baltics. They got troops in Belarus. Kaliningrad is Russian. They want to come from this road, take the capital, which is very close to the Russian border. Well, actually, to the Belarusian border. Same difference. Take this road, take Kaliningrad, block off NATO from being able to help them in Latvia and Estonia. So, there's that. Bring out the German tanks. Now, that's all good news. We got some bad news, though. And then we got some more good news.
Here in Europe, Hungary's government has announced that it will withdraw from the International Criminal Court after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived for talks in Budapest despite an ICC warrant for his arrest.
Poland is not all that safe, but they're not all that in danger. They currently have like a decent military buildup. They're not the first target, I wouldn't think, but they are definitely at risk because they are on the eastern flank of NATO.
Netanyahu was welcomed by Prime Minister Viktor Orban in the Hungarian capital. It's the Israeli leader's first trip to Europe since the ICC issued the warrant over alleged crimes against humanity and war crimes in Gaza. The visit
Wait, do I get more viewers than Ethan Klein? That makes me really happy.
Comes as Israel steps up its military operations in the besieged territory. Again.
Drop a like on the YouTube stream. Let's make that double. Let's triple it.
Fanny Fachar is there in Budapest for us. Fanny, Viktor Orban announcing a withdrawal from the ICC on the same day that Benjamin Netanyahu visits. That's not a coincidence, is it?
Coincidence or not, we certainly see realpolitik unfold here on the ground in Hungary as Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu, hosted by Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban, are about to step out here at this press conference in the Prime Minister's office, in Mr. Orban's office, is actually technically already confirming, because Mr. Netanyahu is not being arrested as expected from being an...
As he should be, yeah.
ICC member state, as expected from Hungary. So that already technically confirms a shift, a policy shift when it comes to the ICC. However, this is not the first time, of course, that Hungary has expressed that they want to withdraw, have an intention of withdrawing from the ICC. They have done so already in 2023 when the...
Okay. This is just going further into, we just kick Hungary out of, like, the EU, please. Let's just kick them out. Fuck these people. They obviously don't want to be in the EU. I wonder if they have a flag room closet full of flags for stuff like this. I'm sure they do. I'm sure we do too.
The ICC has issued an arrest warrant for Russia's President Vladimir Putin, but certainly this is the very first time when the Hungarian government made clear that they are ready to start the process of withdrawing, and that process could take...
Well, I mean, the European Union has already started the process. They've talked about this. We've heard leaders of Europe saying, you know, like Hungary really should be, you know, removed. They're inching closer to this.
Anyway, from up to 1 year. And what is very important to note here, that during that time, though, Hungary is still a member of the ICC. As a result, at least legally, they would be obliged to arrest Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is wanted for allegedly having committed war crimes.
Allegedly, sure, yeah. He's wanted for being a genocidal war criminal. What's up, Coco Kitty?
But as we have seen play out this morning with the military salute and all the pomp by which Mr. Netanyahu is being hosted here, that is clearly not the plan of Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban.
So what is Orban's plan here, inviting Netanyahu to Hungary in defiance of that ICC arrest warrant?
Well, given the fact that Mr. Orban is the leader of a relatively small...
Look, really quickly, y'all need to make sure you don't Fed post for a second. We're gonna talk about Israel.
Truth.
Hold on, getting my links ready. We're talking about Israel now. Now, please do not Fed post. I want you to remember, this video was from last year. Israeli soldiers from the 94th Battalion blowing up a mosque in northern Gaza last year. I want you to pay attention to the things that they say. America is not in the ICC. In fact, we have a law that is, like, that Invade the Hague Act or some shit like that. It's okay, it's one day I still see these people will be tried for their crimes at the Hague, hopefully. Nukba is a slur for Palestinians. We will erase the seed of Amalek is literally saying we're gonna kill every Palestinian. That's what that means. We will erase the seed of Amalek is we will kill every single Palestinian. That's what that means. That's what that means. I mean, I could show you more, but obviously, like, we've seen this, and I feel like I'm just repeating myself regularly. But, you know what, I will show you some more. Fuck it, why not? Let's go. I do have some good news on this front. Like, actually. And I forgot some of the horrible shit. Okay. That up. Am I missing any of you? No. Cool. All right. Referring to any ethnic group as the seed of anything is biblical level fascism? Well, it is. You guys want to see a bomb just about to fall in Gaza? Can any of you see what that bomb is? Do you see what that bomb looks like up close, maybe? It looks like this. It looks exactly like this. The GBU-24 Paveway 3 laser-guided bomb from the United States made by Raytheon, 1,050 kilograms, Mark 84 bomb as a warhead, 2,000-pound bomb. That's when you know they truly believe the descendant from a different spiritual tree than you and that your tree must die for their haven. They do believe this. Remember, 32% of Americans believe in the rapture. Like that Israel will fight a war with all of the Arabs and then Jesus will come down and bring all of the good Christians to heaven. Oh, every accusation is a confession? You want to see a thread? Those look like human shields to me. How about, a better graphic photo, you know? Human shields, just chilling in front of the tank. Their hands handcuffed behind them. They shot an innocent Palestinian and mounted him onto their car. So that they wouldn't be targeted. Sorry, who's using human shields? Because that's a Palestinian man tied to an Israeli car to avoid getting hit by Palestinian fighters. That looks like fucking human shields to me, doesn't it? On November 19, 2023, the Hamas fighters raided Israeli forces inside a hospital in a martyrdom operation. As in, like, Hamas isn't good either, obviously. Both sides are bad here. Hamas is not good. But neither is Israel in any case. There are accusations that some in the Israeli army may have done it as well. Meanwhile, a column published by Haaretz on Sunday, March 30th, 2025. Sunday, March 30th, 2025, published by Haaretz, Israeli media. Former Israeli soldier details the Israeli forces' systematic use of Palestinian civilians as human shields in Gaza, a practice called the Mosquito Protocol. This involves forcing innocent Palestinian civilians at gunpoint to clear homes or booby-trap tunnels ahead of the Israeli military operations, a method normalized within the army since late 2023. The soldiers described the widespread use of human shields. Carrying every platoon keeps individuals for such tasks, referred to internally as sawash, or sawish rather. This is Israeli media. Comes straight from them.
Our CBS News cameras in northern Gaza caught something rare.
Hundreds of Palestinian protesters calling not only for an end to the war with Israel, but an end to Hamas rule in Gaza as well.
Nobody likes
Throughout
Hamas.
The war, Hamas
Nobody
has used
there wants
Palestinian
Israel.
civilians as human shields.
Now Deborah Patta tells us there are accusations that some in the Israeli army have done it as well.
Some, yeah, sure. I was so scared they started beating us. 14-year-old Omri Salem told CBS that he was forced by Israeli soldiers to be a human shield in Gaza.
14-year-old Omri Salem, a studious kid who dreams
They really
of
would
being
call it
an
the Mosquito
engineer.
Protocol, yeah.
His family has been here for generations. He told us how, together with his 9-year-old cousin, the IDF
The country involved in doing this horrible atrocities. You know, anyone who uses human shields like this, realistically, it doesn't matter what country, what group, they are evil.
Them to search a
Demonic,
4-story
really.
apartment block.
Don't worry, we'll
He
get to
didn't
the
want
good
to
news.
do it. I was so scared, he
No,
said.
it's not just that.
Then they started beating us. Omri remains deeply scarred by the soldiers he says forced him at gun.
I'll tell you what, I gotta pee, and we still got some more bad news to cover. But when I come back and we finish the bad news, then we'll cover the good news, as long as you all go drop a like on the YouTube stream. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Fucking zombies is right. All right. Thank you for not fed posting, chat. Very much appreciated. Now, I do still have a couple more things to enrage you before we get to the good news. So let's get started. Israeli army starts using the Studio Ghibli AI photo trend.
Truth or fake? I'm joined here by Catalina Marchand de Abreu in today's edition. Catalina, the Israeli army jumped on the Studio Ghibli AI photo trend, prompting backlash from social media. Can you tell us more about that?
That's right. ChatGPT's new image generator is now allowing internet users to reproduce
Miyazaki
the
would
aesthetic of
despise
the
this
animated
trend? Yeah,
films of the founder of Ghibli Studios, Japanese master Hayao Miyazaki. Studio Ghibli's signature animation style, known for its storybook-like visuals, a trend that's captivated social media users across the globe. Celebrities, athletes, politicians alike. One user
This
here
entire
used it to
trend is
create the
disgusting.
infamous Trump-Zelensky row, for instance, and even here, French President Emmanuel Macron joining in the craze, using it this Saturday
Thank you
to
for the
celebrate
sub.
the
Perfect
60th
freedom, Papa.
anniversary of France's civil protection.
Okay, this one, Miyazaki wouldn't hate. Although, he would hate the AI bit. He would still hate this, never mind.
Although some people's use of this trend has drawn more backlash than others, on March 30th, the official Israeli army account on their English account on X posted these 4 AI-generated images depicting,
gotta make the IDF look like they're the good guys.
Soldiers standing at an army post. Here you see an IDF naval officer, Air Force pilots sitting in a fighter jet. While writing in the caption, we thought we'd also hop on the Ghibli trend.
Well, take us through the reactions to the post on social media, please.
That's right, as this post...
I hate AI so fucking much. Fuck, he hated the entire USA. So do I. Fuck America.
Continues to spark controversy.
I don't hate Americans, but I hate fucking America.
Online, many are condemning the Israeli army's use of this trend, calling it, for instance, obscene and attempted...
It is. We don't need to continue going through that one. Now, some good news. Some actual good news. Suspected Israeli war criminals are no longer safe outside of Israel.
Night,
I love the TRT Haber, which is the Turkish state media.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who stands accused of war crimes, ordered the Israeli military to fully break the ceasefire in Gaza. In the space of a few hours, over 350 Palestinians were killed. It is therefore with great urgency that we announce the launch of ICJP's new initiative, Global 195. Global 195 is an unprecedented international legal coalition committed to ensuring that those responsible for grave violations of international law are brought to justice.
Goddamn right.
For too long, impunity has been the default outcome for war crimes committed against the Palestinian people.
Impunity in general.
International institutions which were created to uphold the rule of law have been prevented from acting decisively. Their officers and their families have been personally threatened by the USA. We are creating legal groups ready to take action in country after country until we have a team ready to act in every state across the globe. We are prepared to take direct legal action without involving the police at all against British citizens who have joined the IDF or who are otherwise implicated in war crimes in Gaza and the West Bank. We will announce within weeks our first private prosecution.
What about the American citizens? Or is that just like a step too far?
In a UK court, work that will be replicated.
Erdogan will win the democratic election. Don't worry, we'll get to Turkey in a minute.
Across the world. The launch of ICJP's Global 195 represents a turning point. This is not just another report, not just another condemnation. This is the activation of legal processes that will have real consequences for those that have committed war crimes.
Goddamn right.
And they must know they are no longer beyond reach. Israeli suspected war criminals can no longer consider any location outside of Israel to be a safe space for them. We call on governments, legal professionals, and human rights defenders worldwide to join this effort.
So you mentioned in your address that suspected Israeli war criminals hopefully won't be able to leave Israel without fearing prosecution. Could you just expand on this a little bit, please?
Well, at the moment, Israel and the Israeli IDF have been committing...
Schwarzburg, almost certainly. I hope he gets arrested. Sorry.
War crimes in the occupied territories for decades. And in terms of accountability, there has been zero accountability from any country anywhere in the world. The closest I suppose we got was in 2009, when we obtained the arrest warrant for Zipilivni. Now that has to change. That position cannot be sustainable after the horrific pictures we've seen coming out of Gaza and the actions that Israel has taken there.
The type of shit that I have to see on my feed that happens in Gaza every day is literally traumatizing. Like, I traumatize myself just scrolling through Twitter every time Israeli news comes up.
So, you see on social media these...
I see it when I close my eyes.
In various different places and people come up to them and harass them. But I don't really like that. What I'd much rather happen is that somebody pulls out an arrest warrant, puts it on the table in front of them and says, we'll see you in court. And that's an appropriate legal approach to deal with individuals. Now, what we're hoping to do by creating our network is I'll make this very clear, for soldiers and their military commanders and the political personnel that are suspected of war crimes, and it's that phrase I'll come back to in a minute, that suspected of war crimes, there shouldn't be a safe place for them anywhere in the world where they can go without having the fear of prosecution. And why do I say suspected of war crimes? Because Israel supports...
Sorry, that's a Fed post. Give you your mod status back. Find out the Fed post.
This action, if you think about it. If Israel claims that it hasn't committed any war crimes, then why would it object to soldiers that are renegade, soldiers that have acted outside the apparent rule infrastructure?
It was a Fed post, Comrade Lenin. You're not allowed to say that anymore.
Surely they should be being prosecuted in Israel. That's not happening. And so it falls on civil society in countries like the United Kingdom, Europe, and the rest of the world.
Well, then your error in your spelling just came across like it was illegal. This is excellent. And yes, it is against TOS. I don't read Gaza News anymore. I have to. I see it everywhere.
Thank you very much. And maybe we could expand a little bit on that threshold for implication, because a lot of our readers would say, well, surely now every Israeli soldier who's entered Gaza in the last 18 months is a war criminal. You know, we've seen a litany of war crimes being committed.
The vast majority,
what is that threshold, and how do we...
From Israeli soldiers themselves, they say, yeah, the vast majority.
We prove this.
Well, for us, we use the framework of international humanitarian law, but it's often a mistake that people make. Now, a law enforcement agency, the police, Scotland Yard, have it within their ability as a state agency to arrest an individual, interview, seize computers, interrogate them, and find evidence of criminal acts within that framework. We don't have that ability. So what we have to rely on is information that's openly available, and there's a lot
It's
of
okay,
that.
I forgive you. The spirit of Lenin possessed your body for a minute, and Fed posted. Sorry.
Information that we've collated through our primary evidence exercise, and there's a lot of that. And then, really interestingly, information that's sent to us and given to us, sometimes by Israelis themselves, and also by people wider afield. And it's that information
Again,
that we
go
put together.
look at Israeli media. The Israeli soldiers are admitting their war crimes and talking about how horrible they feel. Some of them do. We've read Israeli soldiers saying that they felt like Nazis when they walked into Gaza. We've read their quotes.
We don't consider somebody a suspected war criminal just because they're Israeli, just because they're part of the IDF. That doesn't work for us. It may well be true, particularly if the allegation becomes one of genocide, and the entire military infrastructure is engaged in that. But we're looking at individual criminal acts by individual suspects and prosecuting those for the time being.
Great.
Hey, look, that's a step in the right direction.
So this is a bit anecdotal, but I have a friend who was in Brazil recently, and she overheard, or she was speaking to some Israelis on the beach, and they were boasting about crimes they'd committed in Gaza recently. And we're hearing about Israeli soldiers who are now holidaying across the world, in India and all sorts of places. What would be your advice to members of the public who might come across soldiers who are boasting about crimes being committed? Should they record these conversations? Should they take photos, or should they run?
Well, should they run? Well, they shouldn't put themselves...
He would have to leave Israel. And right now he's in Hungary, where Orban is not arresting him.
In danger, that's for sure. And we're talking about engaging with people suspected of carrying out the most heinous acts against civilians, men, women, and children. So there is a danger issue there, right? Which is why law enforcement agencies across the globe are interested in looking at this, and we know that they are, because we've spoken to some in some jurisdictions that say, yeah, we are looking at this issue very carefully. But yeah, we need intelligence, we need information, we need evidence. So if people come across information, about who's involved in various war crimes, who's involved,
No, Schwarzborg, he's saying don't approach and try to arrest them. They are dangerous. Record the conversations, keep the evidence, then go to law enforcement and provide that evidence, because Project, Global 195 is working with law enforcement agencies all over the world. If I was the EU, I'd invade Hungary to capture BB, or just send a task force. I mean, I would too. Oh, I meant BB in Hungary. I suppose, yeah, but like, you're not going to get close enough to him, and that is also a very large danger. Orban can always leave the EU. Well, I mean, they're trying to kick Hungary out of the EU, so, you know, as they should.
To it openly, who's bragging about it? If those conversations are recorded and sent to us, then they will fill, and we'll add those to our intelligence database, our evidential database, and we can use those.
Fantastic. Final question.
Fantastic.
So overnight, we've seen at least 400 Palestinians being killed in Gaza. What would be your message to Israeli soldiers who have been involved in these war crimes committed overnight?
Well, I was at a meeting yesterday, And at that meeting yesterday, somebody who has specific knowledge about this said there is a significant number of IDF soldiers that are not turning up to duty because of what they're being asked to do, because of what they're engaged in. And I personally know a lot of soldiers from various different militaries across the globe because of the work that I do, sometimes having advised them, sometimes having represented them. Being a soldier is not easy. Being a soldier is a difficult thing.
I get that, but like at the same time, if you're being given orders that are immoral to carry out and you're a soldier and your life is at risk, you should risk your life to not carry out those orders.
Somebody and shooting them is hard. Pointing a gun or firing a missile at somebody that you know is not a criminal, you know is not a combatant, is even harder. Now, you might not think that in that moment in time, but I promise that soldier that will haunt them for the rest of their lives.
It does.
When they're alone.
We've read them after they leave Gaza, after they're done with their service, how haunted they feel by what they've done. They're all over Israeli media.
In their rooms, when they're walking on the beach, when they're talking to their children, that's the memory that will be in their minds. And I'd ask that soldier to think about that very carefully. Is that the father they want to be? Is that the mother they want to be? Is that the cousin they want to be? That's not defending Israel.
Americans, take this in, because you're going to be in the same position when we start invading other countries. What kind of person do you want to be? What kind of person do you want your children to see you as? They should still be sent to prison for the rest of their lives, even if they regret it? Oh, of course. Yeah, no. That's a whole other thing. We're just talking about the fact that this does happen. And honestly, most of those soldiers would probably agree with you themselves.
Not defending the Jewish people in Israel. That's not doing that. That's just cold murder. That's just cold war crimes.
It's genocide.
You should think about that very carefully.
It's literally just genocide. But that is good. I'm happy that there's at least like steps being taken in the right direction. All right, now let me set up a couple more links because we got Turkey to look into, and we got some interesting news coming out of Turkey. Not much good news, but like interesting news. Actually, no, there's a touch of good news. So first off, imagine trying to have a family and children knowing that you're a child murderer. I mean, they don't think about that shit, but yeah. Turkey has condemned Israel officially, writing in a statement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The provocative statements of the Israeli minister towards our country reflect the state of mind they are in, as well as the aggressive and expansionist policies of the fundamental and racist Israeli government. It should be questioned why the development in Syria and Lebanon... let me just read it with the actual, like, dyslexia text, sorry. The statement questions why Israel was disturbed by developments in Syria and Lebanon, which promote regional stability. Despite no provocation from Syria, Israel carried out air and ground attacks on April 2nd, demonstrating its reliance on conflict-driven policies. The ministry accused Israel of genocide in Gaza, waging war against Palestinians, and pursuing annexation of the West Bank. Israel's attacks threaten regional security, violating national sovereignty, and fueling terrorism. Turkey urged Israel to abandon expansionist policies, withdraw from occupied states, and stop undermining the stability efforts in Syria. The international community must take responsibility to curb Israel's reckless actions, said the Turkish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now, talk is cheap, but this is based. What's next is Turkey has said that Israel is the biggest threat to regional security and confirmed all trade halt with Israel over war in Gaza. Now, I don't have a Bloomberg subscription and I can't read this. I haven't looked for like another link for it, but I do believe that the trade between two countries was worth $6.8 billion. That's pretty interesting. Boring. I'm changing the channel now. Where's my Fox News? Well, then we jump to Turkey. I'm moving away from Israel. Like we had enough of that. Like I have no idea where Turkey lies with Israel. In fact, at the end of this, we're gonna talk about some of the geopolitical moves that Turkey is stuck in its rut between, do we choose siding with Europe or do we choose siding with the Axis powers? And that really does depend on this. So Turkey launches probe into calls for economic boycott after Istanbul mayor's arrest, saying basically you're not allowed to boycott and that's illegal. That the CHP, that the opposition party, is funding boycotts, which is weird. Thank you for the link. Turkey confirms all trade halt with Israel over war in Gaza. Move expands earlier restrictions on exports to Israel. Trade between the two countries was worth $6.8 billion in 2023. Turkey decided to expand last month's restriction on some Turkish exports to Israel due to worsening humanitarian tragedy in Palestine. True. Turkey is NATO and USA supports Israel, but USA isn't NATO anymore. So, Busan, USA is backing out of NATO. We showed earlier, like, Elon Musk, as well as several senators, have openly talked about US wants to leave NATO. Just because America is currently in NATO and supports Israel does not mean shit. NATO, in general, no longer really supports Israel. Now they do. Germany to an extent, France to an extent, but they're moving further and further and further away. The reason there was that much European support for Israel is because of American support. I wonder if there's a way to make a Twitch bot that archive paywall links. I have no idea how any of that shit works. Like, I'm not techie, so that's well beyond me. The move adds on already high running tensions between the once close allies over the war in Gaza. Second phase of measures taken at the state level has been started, and export and import transactions related to Israel have been suspended to cover all products. Based. Trade between the two countries was worth $6.8 billion, which was 76% of Turkish exports. So, like, Israel was importing 76% of Turkish exports in 2023. That's a big deal for them to say, nah, we're cutting all trade. That's not small. Hey, wait, this is from last May? Yeah, no, this isn't, like, new. I'm just, like, adding it in here. It's actually from last year in May. Never mind. This came out as if it was today. Well, they've already done that then. Fuck it, whatever. Never mind. Disregard that last segment. I was misinformed. I fell for the misinformation. I'm sorry. I'm cooked. Cooked. It's over. I should just stop streaming now. I can look into it. I'll just need to access to Twitch bots. Yeah, sure, absolutely, Shortspork. I can give you access. I don't exactly know what you need access to, but I'll give it to you, after a stream. Yeah, segment failed. Washed. I'm washed as a streamer already, and just a year in. Anyway. Turkish prosecutors launched an investigation into individuals promoting economic boycotts on social and traditional media following the arrest of Turkish Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu. Bosch would never? Oof. I'm hurt, man. The Istanbul Chief Prosecutor's Office said in a statement on Tuesday it was probing calls that allegedly aimed to prevent segment of the public from engaging in economic activity, citing possible violations of law against hate speech and inciting public hostility. So, doing an economic boycott now is hate speech and inciting public hostility. Thank you, Comrade Lennon. I was joking. But, understand here, right, that this is not looking good for Erdogan in any way.
Turkey's government denounced opposition calls for a mass commercial boycott on Wednesday, describing them as an economic sabotage attempt. 2 weeks after Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu's arrest, the main opposition, Republican People's Party, urged a boycott of businesses seen as connected to President Tayyip Erdogan's government. On Wednesday, the call expanded to a one-day shopping halt, prompting some shops to close.
Köfte! Önder'in köftecisi. I want some köfte so bad now. These little fucking meatballs in the corner.
On Wednesday, the call expanded to a one-day shopping halt, prompting some shops to close in support of those who view the arrest as a politicized attempt to hurt the opposition's electoral prospects.
Well, it is.
The coffee shops are quite empty. The markets are empty. I think they are doing the right thing. We are doing so as well. Onwards with the boycott until things get better.
Hey, look, a country that can actually come together and do direct action. Hey guys, in 2 days, there's a giant protest in America. The 50501 protests. Are you guys going to show up? Are you going to be based like the average Turkish citizen who is actually engaging in direct action and protest and boycotts? 2 million people were out in Istanbul, of course. With an iron, of course. Fuck, I would love an iron right now. It's okay, I have to go to the shops today, actually, because I promised that if I got 30 subs last week, I would make manta. So I have to go to the Turkish store and buy the supplies to make Turkish ravioli.
Turkey's trade
It's on a
minister
Saturday,
said
there is no excuse.
boycott calls pose a threat to economic stability. Turkey's economy has been hit by a years-long...
Oh yeah, and the künefe, I can't make it, Schwarzburg. I don't have, like, it's, I looked into it, I can't make it. Like, it's actually not possible for me to make it. I would need specific, like, special tools that I don't have access to. But what I will do is I will buy a ready-made one, and then I will cook it, and then I will eat it on stream with the manta.
Cost of living crisis and series of currency crashes. Growth has slowed, and inflation was at a lofty 39% in February.
I am completely against the boycott decision. It is national income. Excuse me, there is no sense in boycotting some people to cover up some people's
It is
thievery.
a skill issue. By the way, like...
There is no sense in boycotting some people to cover up some people's thievery.
This is not how things work. Come on, my guy. That's not how this... This is an AKP voter. Fucking Erdogan voters. Turkey fined Meta for ignoring orders amid protests over Imamoglu's arrest. Turkey is fining Meta for not censoring protest videos like Elon did on X.
And moving on to the West Asian country of Turkey, where a face-off...
You're not... Are you actually 16, Lennon? Because I thought you were like 30.
...broke out between social media giant Meta and the Erdogan government, following the recent protests over the arrest of the former Istanbul mayor...
This is evil versus evil not being evil enough.
Ekrem İmamoğlu. Now, the US tech giant said that it was fined by Turkey for failing
Welcome, YouTube Raiders. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome to the chat. We're actually just covering Turkey right now. We're having a look at Turkey fining Meta for ignoring their orders to hide videos of the Turkish protests. Now, Elon was doing this. And it doesn't matter. These videos are getting out everywhere. 2 million people were protesting in Istanbul, and now there are boycotts, and these boycotts have left shops empty. The government is investigating the boycotts. It's kind of wild. And you're very welcome, Death of Philippe Augusti, rather. I didn't even know that it was closed. I didn't know how to do that.
To comply with government orders.
Evil versus
Meta was
evil
asked to
for not
suspend
being
the
evil
accounts that
enough.
were linked to the ongoing protests in the country. Meta-owned Facebook said that it was penalized with a substantial amount, but did not exactly reveal how much. The spokesperson for the company stated that Facebook believes freedom of expression is a fundamental right.
Bullshit.
And that all Meta platforms...
Yeah, of course, it's a fundamental right, except you're allowed to discriminate against queer people, trans people, women, literally any group that isn't fucking white nationalists, clearly, in America. But when we're talking about other countries, oh, of course, yeah, it's a human right.
Should be a place where users can exercise this right.
Who is the raider? Is it Lucy? Who's Lucy? Is it Lettuce? I can't actually see who is in the chat on YouTube, but I would love to tell everybody to go and follow. Oh, it's Lettuce B3. Lucy Hayes. Go and follow Lucy Hayes on YouTube. Holy shit, it looks just like him. Why does Zuck look like Napoleon Dynamite? It does. He does look like Napoleon Dynamite. I mean, this is him trying to improve his image from Lizard Zuck.
The spokesperson further added that Erdogan government's request to restrict speech online have a chilling effect on people's ability to express themselves.
Damn.
Meta also said that the Turkish government threatened to shut down online services in the country. Meanwhile, billionaire Elon Musk-owned X was also
He just robbed Hassan's closet.
asked to suspend hundreds of accounts, which the company had largely complied with. But now the microblogging platform is also fighting these demands in court. Reports suggest that most of these X accounts belong to university-linked activists who were sharing protest-related information.
Wait, There's live protests happening in South Korea right now. South Korea. Wait, Yoon Suk-yeol rally near the Constitutional Court. So I thought they took the president out. What happened? How is Yoon Suk-yeol still in South Korea? How, like, what the fuck? Guys, please show up at the 50501 protest. Please. Look at this. Everyone in the world is protesting. We got South Korea, we got Turkey, we got Greece, we got Hungary, we got Serbia. Everyone is out there protesting. Every last person. Get your ass out into the streets and do this in America. Yep, I just posted a link out to Philippe. I don't know. Captain Buggy, I like it better. Okay, that's copyright music. Go and do that. Go and do this.
They were also suspended for these activities. Since the 19th of March, the West Asian country has been gripped by massive anti-government protests over the arrest of Ekrem Imamoglu.
Is he memorizing legal aid numbers? If you get arrested, I'm not sure they're even going to give you a phone call anymore. Just be prepared that if you go to a protest that you might get sent to El Salvador. But I need you to go. You need to go. Take the risk. Go. They can't send all of you to El Salvador. 8 justices will rule whether Yoon Suk-yeol's impeachment for declaring martial law was justified. Their decision will determine whether he returns to power. Fuck, that's not good at all. That's like really, really not good. Here, I'll keep an eye on this while we continue watching about Turkey, because I still want to know what's next for Erdogan. It's important to know whether he will win or not, and I don't think he will, Busan. And yes, wear a mask, bring N95s, they're really good for tear gas too.
He was sent to Marmara jail on charges of corruption on the 23rd of March. Former Istanbul mayor's arrest triggered massive nationwide protests across the country, with clashes between the police and protesters and violence gripping Turkish cities. Hundreds.
When you go to the protest, try and go with a group of people. Try and keep in touch with them. Wear thick clothes in case you get shot with rubber bullets. Wear an N95 mask so that helps with the tear gas. If you are a trained medical professional, please bring a first aid kit specifically for massive blood loss, because that could be required.
Including protesters and police officers, were injured in the unrest. The government says over 1,800 people have been detained, out of which
we've done this everywhere, Desolate Mirror. We exported our fucking shit.
The opposition and protesters have called Imamoglu's arrest politically motivated.
It is.
To hurt electoral
and
prospects.
Remember, not only
and to
Imamoglu was the #1 frontrunner against Erdogan in an election 2 years from now. They stripped him of his university degree, they put him in jail, but now they're going after the #2 frontrunner, who is Ankara's mayor, who is older, less popular, but actually polls better than Imamoglu. Street medics save lives, true.
Violence dissent, a claim that has been clearly rejected by the ruling Erdogan-led administration. The former Istanbul mayor, Ekrem Imamoglu, is considered as the biggest election rival of Erdogan. Last year, President Erdogan faced...
What's going to happen now? I can see a couple different scenarios. One, I see Erdogan stepping down from his candidacy for the election and instead putting his son Bilal up there. I can see that as a possibility. I can see him trying to maintain power for himself, but when Erdogan arrested Imamoglu, I think he expected like a couple days of protest. I don't think he expected bigger than Gezi Park. So, unless you're at a Palestinian protest, then the pigs will unmask you. Yeah, actually, you're legally not allowed to wear a mask when you're protesting on a college campus, actually. So be aware of that. Not anymore.
Holidays can come in handy if you're trying to nip a protest movement in the bud. There was a sea of humanity out in the streets last
We need a 1984 emo. Vosh has one.
Saturday to protest the jailing of Turkey's popular presidential contender Ekrem Imamoglu. Now, though, the country's on a week-long post-Ramadan break, long enough to dull the momentum of the country's biggest mass movement in more than a decade. For now, the mayor of Istanbul, center-left...
Tanky will just say you're a snitch. The tankies literally are on the same side as the neocons right now, so fuck if I care what the tankies have to say.
From the center-left CHP party, calling for weekly Wednesday rallies and consumer boycotts to keep up the pressure. This despite a widening crackdown. What makes this movement different to all the others which have tried and failed to unseat a leader?
For one, they spent 11 days out there protesting with hundreds of thousands up to millions of people. So that's one difference.
22 years, who despite inflation and incumbent fatigue for some, retains a solid base. Going forward, is time, though, on Recep Tayyip Erdogan's side. The president needs early elections if he's to change the constitution and lift term limits so he can run in 2028. And in a nation where...
Again, remember, this is a man who changed the constitution so he could go from prime minister to president while maintaining the powers of the prime minister as the president. And then, yeah, he's delusional. He is. I don't think he can win again. I don't think that with the era of European defense needing to grow and Turkey being quite an important part of that, there's quite a lot of pressure, both economically, for him to step down, because a lot of money has left Turkey since the beginning of this. And Turkey's economy was just getting back together again, you know? Erdogan's son kind of looks like a cross between Stephen Miller and Asmongold. That's a horrible thought, but you're right.
Judges and civil servants seem to fall in line when needed.
Tankies aren't left. That's not a hot take.
Elections remain that one process that Erdogan cannot seem to control. Today in the France 24 debate, we're asking which course for Turkey. Joining us from Istanbul, İlter Turan, Professor Emeritus of International Relations at Istanbul Bilgi University. Welcome to the show.
Very nice to be here. Thank you very much.
Volkan Aslan is Assistant Professor of Constitutional Law at Istanbul University. That's where Ekrem İmamoğlu got his diploma. Thank you for being with us.
I thank you for the invitation. Thank you.
From Washington, opinions columnist at the Washington Post, Asli Ayın-Taşbaş, visiting fellow at the Brookings Institution think tank. Welcome.
Hi, good to be here.
Your reactions on the hashtag F24debate. Just how many were they last Saturday with demonstrators as far as the eye can see?
Yeah,
Not really.
Oopsie. 2.2 million. Sorry, I skipped too far ahead there. Fuck. I'll right about here. Thank you.
Erdogan, your strategy, because he's going to need early elections again if he wants to lift those term limits and run in 2028. So the question is, if you do it too soon, people will be mobilized against him. If you do it too late, what happens then? What is the right time for Erdogan to call snap elections?
So right now, the Turkish public is protesting, saying they want an early election. They want the early election now. They want İmamoğlu out of prison. They want his university degree given back to him, because Erdogan doesn't even have a real university degree. İmamoğlu does. And they want a snap election now. Now, I don't see Erdogan giving into this. I think he's going to try and delay this as much as he can. But I think that he is eventually going to have to step down here. Whether or not he manages to install his son, that's iffy. It's questionable. Turkey is out there, and they when Turkish people protest, they riot worse than the French do. So
I think President Erdogan will want a situation in which it's a couple of years from now and Ekrem İmamoğlu's imprisonment is almost normalized. The demonstrations...
Can we make Cenk president of Turkey? No. Fuck no.
Steam and people maybe start rolling their eyes about ongoing demonstrations. Maybe there's time for a campaign. Maybe, evidence is used by pro-government media to sort of create this, to frankly tarnish the image of İmamoğlu. All of those things need time, and at least 2 years. That is the timeline that would work for President Erdogan.
It's not a likely one in any case. I don't know why these videos are such low quality. That timeline is not something that's reasonable because these people are not going home. We've looked at young people talking about how we're not leaving. They're getting shot with rubber bullets talking about how delicious the croutons are. Give me some more gas on the side. Like that was like, I'm eating dinner right now. The tear gas and the croutons. Fucking hell. I can't believe Cenk ran for president in 2024. The man just sold out to Peter Thiel. I'm so ashamed to have been a TYT viewer. Hassan would make Atatürk proud.
He has no interest in having quick elections, especially in the current economic environment, not with people angry about...
At one point I did too, Captain
the
Buggy.
Imamoglu arrest, not with people
Early
angry
on.
about the inflation. The question is what changes in 3 years' time, in 2 or 3 years' time. Another thing, obviously, President Erdogan, in my view...
You know, apparently Kamala's out here saying, I told you so. Sorry to cut you guys off, but... I told you so. Kamala Harris says this is what we knew would happen 28 minutes ago.
One person, when a few stand with the courage. That is the courage.
I'm not gonna make you listen to her. I mean, she did tell us so, yeah. And I've shown you that as well, but I'm not gonna show you her doing the I told you so. She was right the first time. I've shown the clip of her being exactly correct. Told us that there would be a recession if we elected, apparently she did. She said that if we elect Donald Trump, we'll have a recession, and we're having a recession. No way she's talking, get the fuck out. I don't want to see it. I don't care if she is, I don't care. She fucked off, guys. She fucked off. What did Bernie do when he lost? What did he do? Did he fuck off? No. He went and said, no. The movement's not about me. The movement is about us. We will keep going. We can keep moving. Let's keep making change. That's what Bernie did. Kamala lost and she fucked off to Hawaii. I don't give a shit what she has to say. I will show clips of her, during the election and at the debate claiming exactly what would happen going to happen, but I don't want to hear a post-mortem I told you so from that bitch.
You will try to do is
do not hate her worse than Trump.
Probably try to see if he can peel off the Kurdish constituency.
You also can't blame her for the Democratic establishment. Her campaign was good until the DNC. Remember that. You can't complain about her specifically without also mentioning that it was the DNC. Her entire, campaign dropped off immediately following that. I mean, they should put pretty much every American politician currently in office on trial for enabling genocide. A few of them would obviously be found innocent, but I think everyone in elected office in America should be on trial for genocide right now. There's several genocides being committed by America, so... Can we stop arguing about Biden and Kamala Harris? Jesus Christ, I made the mistake of showing you that. Now we're gonna end up in a stun lock. We're still talking about Turkey. Can we move back? I don't care about Kamala Harris. I don't care about Joe Biden. I don't care about the election. Who fucked it up and all that. None of that shit matters. Move on.
He's Kurds away from the opposition bloc, which is how...
This matters for all of Europe. What's up, Sami?
And where they have voted for the past decade. So a sort of a fragile peace process with Kurds. It's not quite clear what the deliverables are.
Uniparty gonna uniparty, true.
Very much creating a dilemma for the pro-Kurdish party and Turkey's Kurdish voters, whether they should sort of take a chance and give the government's plan a chance.
No.
Maybe.
No.
Thinking.
What did you not learn for 2 fucking decades? Is there a neutral news outlet in EU covering EU situations? Oregano, there's no such thing as neutral news that won't lie to you, but my preferences to go to for news would be France 24 and DW for EU related news. Again, you need media literacy. Don't believe everything these people say, but they're pretty good. They're not bad. Also, Euronews, that's another one that I tend to like. Al Jazeera for anything related to Middle East stuff.
This is a historic.
Also, the living source document of mine is in the description of the YouTube video, of every YouTube video. And if you check the link, you can open it and you can look at pretty much all of the sources I've compiled. There's still quite a lot missing from it. Like I'm working on it. It's a giant file. But check it out if you want some resources. Jesus Christ, Captain Buggy, I'm about to throw you off a bridge. You're gonna walk the plank on this pirate ship.
Historic moment of a peace deal, or actually move on, continue to vote with the opposition and protest what they see clearly as this violation of democratic norms. So huge dilemmas, I think, for everybody, for the opposition, for Erdogan, and for Turkey's Kurdish constituency.
Ilter Turan, President Erdogan can, after that recent thaw in relations with the imprisoned co-founder of the PKK, Abdullah Öcalan, perhaps...
I mean, you could always watch me, Oregano, but yeah, check those channels out. Damn, I hope you feel better. Thank you. No, it's just like, I've just been coughing a lot lately, death of, Philippe. It's annoying. Also, I have been talking for 4.5 hours, so, you know. Oh, other than NPR, you know they're trying to, like, make NPR illegal, right? Erdogan did not age well. That's true.
Way to soften some of the electorate from the Kurdish side. Also, you heard earlier in the conversation Volkan Aslan mentioning there are also nationalists who are in opposition.
I mean, Trump has said that CNN and MSNBC should also be illegal, and we're likely to declare martial law in 16 days. So...
right now, and perhaps they can be turned. Erdogan has tools at his disposal to try to weaken this movement.
Well, I mean, obviously he has an interest in weakening this movement. Whether he has the tools is another question. I mean, obviously the opposition will try a number of things, all of which are intended toward delegitimizing the current political arrangement and the way it operates.
Booker did 25 and 25.3 hours. Are you saying that I need to do a 24-hour stream, or I'm worse than the Democrats?
Now, one dimension of that, as Aslı Aydıntaş
You're going to need to give me some incentive.
Is how to deal with the Kurdish question. But you know,
the Kurdish question. That sounds pretty Hitlerite. He should fuck off. Seriously, he's so delusional if he thinks he can run again and win. Well, the thing is, Coco Kitty, there are free elections in Turkey, but there are not fair elections in Turkey. So, like, he realistically likely didn't win the last two either. 26-hour Visora Yap Fest incoming. You guys better fucking make it worth my while. Well, by that logic, the race segregationist is also better. Well, what do you mean? Like, it's like these people are Hitlerite. It's just a matter of getting him out of office. İmamoğlu is not like this. See, my biggest worry when it comes to Turkey, my largest worry, is next week, Erdogan is coming to the United States. And Erdogan is going to meet with Donald Trump. Now, as we've discussed, Turkey is pretty critical for Europe's defense in military logistics-wise. Turkey creates a lot of drones. Turkey creates a lot of, like, military. They're also the biggest army in NATO that will defend Europe right now, because America won't. So, when Erdogan comes to America, if we're being real here, I can see an offering being made of, if you drop Europe and come to our side, we'll give you Cyprus. We'll give you parts of maybe northern Syria. We'll give you maybe some of these Greek islands that are contested. We'll give you maybe Armenia. Maybe, if Russia really is that desperate, they might say, hey, we'll give you Crimea for 10 years, or we'll give you access to Crimean ports for 10 years that you get to control. I can see a deal like this being made. Yeah, like Greece and Bulgaria, that's a bit far, right? I don't see them offering Turkey, Greece, and Bulgaria. But I can see them offering Cyprus. I can see them offering control of Crimea's ports. I can see them offering parts of northern Syria. Maybe even Armenia. All of this obviously not official, like under the table, like behind the scenes kind of negotiations, but that scares me. Do a sub goal, and when we hit it, we'll do a 24-hour stream. Let's start with 8 to 12 hours. Let's not actually kill Visora. I could do it. I just don't know what the fuck I would talk about. What's up, Alexander Dugan? I mean, you guys have said many a time that you're willing to work with America to take parts of Europe. Turkey is the only country that the Russians are, like, able to go vacation in. I can see it. Did you get F-16s already? Turkey? Maybe, but, like, Turkey develops its own fighter craft as well, and France is offering to sell their fighter craft over F-35s to Europe, which is great. Is Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan Russian allies? No. They're not. They're in the Russia sphere and influence, but I don't believe that either of those countries' publics actually want to be allied with Russia. We should do a movie night once a week or once a month like we did with Contra. Movie night would be one thing, but, like, I can do another Contra video. I'd be up for, like, watching one of her longer videos. Just skip one stream and do 2 streams content in one day. Could do that. Could do that. Erdogan always cheats against me at COD. That I believe, Alexander Dugan, 100%.
As Turks.
Look, I just don't see an end game for him that's successful, that doesn't involve him stepping down and putting his son in place. More Contra, yes? Okay, I like that idea too. We can do more Contra. Though, not today. I gotta, like, be prepared for... Chill weekend stream? Well, I'm gonna be cooking the Turkish food for y'all tomorrow, and I'm gonna make a video about that. And Sunday I'm busy, but we can do, like, a Sunday Funday stream like Hassan. Well, you guys are a day behind me, so it'll be Monday for me when it's Sunday for you. We could do a Sunday Funday for America time, because that'll be Monday for me anyway. That sounds fine. You know what? We will do that on next stream. So Sunday for you guys, Monday for me. We'll do some fun videos. We'll watch, like, Contra. I might play even a game or something, and we'll try and just chill off with the news. I'm sure there'll be massive, massive news to cover, and I might do, like, an hour of it, but we'll drop it off for that day. I think we all deserve a nice break and something fun. But again, like, the idea of, protesters calling for no shopping day and this being a problem, an investigation into boycotts, that's something that you're going to see in America. Every bit of authoritarianism you see in Turkey, you can expect to see in America.
The streets of Kadıköy, usually buzzing with life, are quiet.
I lived in Kadıköy. Wait.
The streets of Kadıköy.
I know the street.
Kadıköy, usually buzzing with life, are quiet.
How dare you not buy
calm
shit?
has settled over this opposition stronghold in Istanbul. Protest sparked by the arrest of Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu.
Boycotts are terrorism? I mean, in America, they are. In America, it's terrorism to boycott Teslas.
Nationwide consumer boycott.
Like, I lived there. I don't live in Turkey. I'm not
launched by student groups.
It's like a test. What happens if we stop all consumption and create an economic impact? I think it's important for young people too. It gives a way to participate for those who can't join protests or marches, but still want to be part of the movement.
Holy shit, we totally forgot to cover Australia. Okay, we're gonna do Australia after this one. I still have more to cover, apparently. I mean, in the eyes of a capitalist, if you are too poor to give them money, you have no value outside of a labor camp. That's the American mindset.
Opposition party CHP, already calling for a boycott of pro-government companies, backed the initiative and declared a national no-shopping day. In places like Kadıköy, small businesses joined in by shutting shop. 19 leading publishers also suspended sales in support.
It's the first time there's that kind of big boycott, economical boycott, and I, of course, support it. It's just like our democratic rights. Even like some government officials called us as a traitors. I hope it will be like a continuous thing, also like in next weeks, next months, to get more bigger economical impact.
The movement has also become a show of solidarity for 301 mostly student detainees still behind bars since last week's protests.
Yep. They did arrest 300 students for protesting. This is beyond no shopping if stores are closing on purpose. This is a general strike. Yeah, it is long leg homo sapien. This is a general strike being done in our modern day. You should be amazed. The fact that we have a general strike that you can see.
Collective action in Istanbul has transformed one of its liveliest neighborhoods into a symbol of silent protest. But the government sees this boycott as a threat to Turkey's social harmony and its economy. Turkish prosecutors have launched...
Okay, first off, fucking amazing. Holy shit. I just like... God, I love street art. We're going into a global recession. Seriously, save your money anyway? Yeah, but like Turkey's already fucked economically. What about semi-critical services? Well, I mean, like, what would you describe as like a semi-critical service? Like supermarkets? I'm sure some of those are still open. It's general strike just means like shops close, but you will still be able to get what you need. Like the police are obviously not a good thing. I wish they would get shut down, but hospitals will still be running. Would those be shut down and affect them harder? Like trash services? No. Like general strike is for shops. These aren't government services protesting yet. Although I would absolutely be in favor of that. I want the trash services to stop. Obviously, the hospitals will keep going. Base Shardsborg. I want the hospitals to keep functioning. I want the like emergency services still around, but no, fuck that. No trash service. I don't want you to be able to be comfortable. The point of this is to cause massive disruption, discomfort. I want there to be strikes of people who run public transport. Istanbul, for example, has a massive underground subway network. It's very state-of-the-art. You can get around Istanbul via the subway very easily. I want all of those conductors to say, nah, fuck that, we're not working today. I want a full general strike, and this is halfway there.
Investigations into those promoting the boycott, citing alleged violations of laws against hate and incitement. Trade Minister Ömer Bolat dismissed the campaign as sabotage and called on the public to spend more.
It's sabotage. You have to buy more shit. That's what the opposition's argument is. Buy more shit.
Some are trying to harm our national economy, but we are a government that's grown more than six
monkeys in suits.
Times in dollar terms over 22 years. Our duty is to boost trade, production and jobs. Today is a day to stand with our shopkeepers.
Without your labor, none of that shit's possible. They work for you. You pay their salary. You pay for the government. You pay for all of this shit. The same goes in America. Your labor is what allows these people to do what they do. If everybody at Meta said, fuck that, I'm not going to work, Meta can't work. If everyone at Twitter said, nah, I'm not going to work, that can't work. If everyone in the White House said, no, fuck this, I'm not going to work, they can't work. If Cory Booker holds up the Senate for 25 hours, then no, they can't work.
And protect the national economy.
Fear the working class.
The boycott has already hit the entertainment sector, with campaigns pressuring global artists to cancel shows in Istanbul.
Which has worked, by the way.
But just a few blocks away, Kadıköy's bustling marketplace is back in full swing, with two of the city's most famous football clubs, Galatasaray and Fenerbahçe, in a Turkish Cup quarter-final.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, so sorry. The general strike had to be paused because Galatasaray and Fenerbahçe had a match, and that goes above everything. Like, a Galatasaray-Fenerbahçe match that ends too badly for one side itself could create revolution. Like, people die in the streets for that kind of shit.
The protest is set as...
In fact, funny story, when I was in Turkey last year, we were walking around and we had a tour guide because I went with some Australians. I brought them to show like Turkey, and our tour guide had a Beşiktaş, which is a different soccer club, which is like kind of like the third one, not the major two. And when we went to certain areas, he had to tuck it in and zip his shirt up because he was afraid someone would see the fucking Beşiktaş logo on his lanyard and would start a fight. I'm not kidding. Turks take their fucking footy seriously.
Aside for now. Sinem Köseoğlu, Al Jazeera, Istanbul.
I grew up in a Galatasaray family, so that is what it is for me. Football players are football watchers are crazy. All right, I gotta pee. And
there is one way.
Australia.
Okay, let's get some reaction now.
Interesting news from Australia. Some of this is actually quite funny. In fact, the first thing I will show you is incredibly funny. Just give me 2 secs. I'll be right back. Okie doke. God damn, my shoulder was sore. Football fans, yeah, not players, fans. America has award shows and basketball games. I mean, yeah, but people don't go out into the streets with fucking machetes at basketball games in America. It does give people things to talk about. The community aspect of it is nice. I'm not like a big fan of sports, but you know. General strike is more specific. You're right, Lettuce. This is more like half of one, but it's a step in the right direction. You guys want to see something ridiculous? Remember when I showed you the Australian political party of Clive Palmer, the Trumpet of Patriots? Well, they put out an ad, and it's really bad. They spent a lot of money on this ad.
Trumpet of Patriots exposes the truth about climate change.
Sports isn't all bad. Sports is good for community, but yes, the media does distract you with sports. Anyway, Trumpet of Patriots.
The video being used in this political ad is from a 2004 documentary. Doomsday Called Off questioned the scientific consensus on climate change.
It will be very hard indeed to prove whether the increase of temperature in the 20th century was man-made or it's a natural variation.
Climate scientist Jürgen Peter Stephenson features in the video. He has concerns over how it's being used.
Guys, Australia's a bit behind. America already moved on. Now we say climate change is real, but it's good. Then we got to put more carbon into the air. They're still denying it in Australia.
They are actually using an outdated or an old clip.
When ABC News Verify tracked him down, he told us he didn't agree with the documentary's narrative initially or now. He confirmed the graph in the video, if viewed today, would be missing 6 decades of scientific data.
The curves I'm showing and the data I'm showing have been published and they are true and they have not changed. However, the situation has changed over 20 years.
It is clear that this video contains misinformation and disinformation about climate change over the last 120
Lennon, you're not wrong.
years.
According to Google, in the course of just 15 days, the Trumpet of Patriots ad was shown more than 10 million times on YouTube in Australia. It's a fraction of the party's spend on the platform. It's approaching $2 million since early March. Trumpet of Patriots.
Lettuce, you're going to start a riot with that kind of language.
Documentary's filmmaker didn't respond to requests.
Look at this fucking, like, fat, sweaty golem of a ghoul.
For comment. Jonathan Hare, ABC News.
I gotta be careful when I talk about Australian politicians because, like, it's a bit harder here with that one. But we got Malcolm Turnbull, who is a former prime minister, not even a good one, but this is his response to dealing with Trump.
There is one way in which our leaders need to be a little bit like Donald Trump. They have to put Australia first. We'll need to make it very clear where we differ from the US, whether it's on trade, climate or international law. In recent years, our influence in the region has been diminished by the perception that we are just a rubber stamp for Washington. I've heard this directly from leaders and foreign ministers in the region.
Thank you for saying it.
AUKUS did not help in that regard, as it was seen in the region as us running back to our former and current imperial masters.
It literally was, and great, thank you, you know. The fact that we were going to do the same thing as AUKUS, but with the French instead, and then America said, no, you gotta buy it from us. And we said, okay, is exactly what he's talking about.
Today, we need more than ever to have a distinctly Australian foreign policy, one in which we will, on many important issues, differ.
It's not a Fed post to call the fat, sweaty ghoul a fat, sweaty ghoul, Shardsborg. By the way, like, I don't fat shame. It's just to the ghouls. You can separate the rhetoric. You know, it's never intended to make any non-ghoul feel bad.
Markedly from the United States. Of course, and I say this with respect to many fine diplomats here in this room, our foreign policy has never been a facsimile of the Americans. But even when we have independently come to the same view, it's been easy for others to assume that we were acting under orders. And Gareth Evans spoke very eloquently about that yesterday. And as you know, he doesn't act under orders from anyone. We'll need to work with other countries to counteract the consequences of the trade war Mr. Trump is inflicting on the world. We can build, for example, on the model of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is alive and flourishing without the United States. And we'll need to weigh up, as historian James Curran reminded us yesterday, of all the benefits we've brought to the American alliance, and in the same transactional way Trump treats us, calculate which of those we will withdraw or qualify.
Yes.
The United States is a friend. But my plea to Australian politicians is get off your knees and stand up for Australia. Be as transactional with America as it is with us. And
yes, yes, that's what I want. First off, get off your knees and stand up for Australia is based fucking rhetoric. But like, yeah, treat them the way they treat us.
Remember, in the imperial capital, they always regard deference as their due. Trying to get into a race of who can do the most sucking up, particularly with Mr. Trump, as I know from direct experience, is not the way to advance your interests or your nation's interests.
Can we make him fucking in charge again? I don't know. Like, I like Albo. I didn't like Turnbull. I like Albanese. It's just, it doesn't seem like that's the viewpoint of let's treat them exactly the way they treat us. I like the concept of referring to them as our imperial masters, because that is what they are. We are a colonial, we're a colony. We're an imperial colony. By the way, like, our beef industry over here in Australia is not happy with these tariffs.
Okay, let's get some reaction now with certainly one of the industries that was singled out, the only Australian industry specifically that was singled out by Donald Trump.
Because, you know, our cows, they're just too majestic. It's just too majestic. They can't compete with the Texas Longhorn. And that, like, we needed to do it. We needed to block off the Australian meat. Again, remember, like, the chlorinated chickens and the fucking... Oh, Jesus Christ.
Simon Stahl is the CEO with the Northern Meat Cooperative based at Casino in northern New South Wales, and he joins us now. Thank you very much for your time this morning.
They even wore a suit, Lettuce. They wore a suit.
Well, how are you feeling after hearing what Donald Trump said, or perhaps the lack of detail in what he said?
Oh, like everyone else, still unpacking it. There was a lot said, as he usually does, but I think one of the biggest takeouts for me was, you know, a lot of this is about onboarding American manufacturing, and it's ironic. I think we're just collateral damage, because if you look at the US beef industry, they're the largest in the world, so there is really no...
The cows were mogging ours, and we needed to put them in their place. Again, you know, one more time, I can't get over it, you know? They hate our cows because our beef is beautiful. Means exactly what I said. Our beef is strong and proud American beef. Their beef, it's tired, it's sad, it doesn't even lift. Do you even lift, bro? Does your beef lift? Are you suggesting international trade policy based on meat confidence? Look, when your cow has been raised on open plains and freedom, you taste that. European cows probably read poetry and listen to accordion music.
I mean, the European Union won't take chicken from America. They won't take lobsters from America. They hate our beef because our beef is beautiful and theirs is weak. I mean, the European...
They cut it off before the part where he says that, does your beef even lift? My God. You're saying Europe banned US beef because they're scared of it? Exactly, our cows are too powerful, are too majestic. Have you seen a Texas Longhorn? They can't handle it. Their cows sip mineral water and do yoga. Gay, transgender, woke cows. This is global beef discrimination. I'm yelling about freedom. These trade barriers are culinary protectionism. They're mad that we don't age our cheese in caves and write poetry to it. That's our timeline. That's so offensive. It sounds like he wants to fuck the cows, guys. It really does.
On board US beef industry. So, as I say, I think we're collateral damage.
Simon, I just wanted to ask, there's obviously been that ban on fresh beef.
He said the EU's cows are too soy, but he didn't say it about Australian cows. Australian cows are clearly just too beautiful. Do your cows even lift?
Beef coming into Australia from America because of concerns about mad cow disease. Are you hoping that stays in place and there's no walking back of that?
I actually cried.
No, look, I think if the science says that it's safe to eat American beef, I think we should allow US beef into our market.
I don't.
You've got to remember, you know, the US beef, the impact on our market, I think, would be very minor. Australian beef is obviously preferred, so I think it'd be very minor, but we've got to play to the scientific rules, and I'm sure we'll come to a conclusion.
The European cows have pronouns, actually. They said the cows do yoga, guys.
Over the next few months anyway. I understand that was happening anyway.
Just how much does the Australian beef industry rely on America for exports?
Somebody clipped that.
Oh, it's significant. It's our largest market at present, and will continue to be for some.
Yeah, our largest market for beef exports is the one that is tariffing us. We don't buy any of their beef because their beef is shit, but they buy a fuck ton of ours. I feel like maybe Australia has the beautiful, strong cows, and America has the woke, gay, transgender cows that do yoga. I feel like every accusation here might just be a confession like normal.
US herd is at probably 70-year lows, so the demand for Australian beef is at a record.
Simon, I just wanted to ask, we heard from the Shadow Agriculture Minister yesterday, David Littleproud, saying that if there was a tariff on beef, it would be a tax on Big Macs. Is that where a lot of Australian beef goes?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of lean trimmings going into the states at the moment. As I said, their own production.
We send our shitty lean trimmings to the States for McDonald's. Yep, that tracks.
Systems are well down, and they've always been a buyer of our trim, so it will impact the consumer in the US, no doubt.
Simon, can you go back to the reason why Australia doesn't import fresh beef from the United States? Because that's been in place for a really long time now, more than 20 years. Can you just take us through and explain it for us?
Yeah, well, American beef was banned around the globe back in early 2000s with the onset of BSE, or the discovery of BSE, and a lot of countries have opened up access to US beef, I'd say under different pressures. And there is an age restriction on US beef into a lot of countries. So, you know, it's certainly about time that we had a review of that in our country.
And I just wanted to ask Simon, we've seen, look, we're not a stranger to trade tariffs or restrictions. Obviously, China.
Fry-ons, yeah. Can we call it the Burger Reich now? I guess. I still think this is the woke Reich. The woke Reich talking about cows doing yoga, but sure, you can call it the Burger Reich. Every pasture has a safe space where the cows can share their experience with oppression and stuff. No, please don't stop, lettuce. It's amazing.
Put a whole lot of restrictions on Australian products, including agricultural products, relatively recently. Will you be looking at exploring other markets? Is that going to be the effect of targeting of Australian beef, that maybe you find better buyers in parts of Asia or other parts of the world, maybe Europe?
Yeah?
Yeah, well, absolutely. That's the opportunity. We've got the best product in the world. And if you look at, you just mentioned EU, we failed to get an EU free trade agreement last year. I mean, that'll be on their cards. And the EU love the beef and they do pay well for the beef. So there's huge opportunities.
Simon, are you expecting...
I feel so weird every time I hear beef now because of reading Lutnick. It's like, even he's talking about, like, yeah, we got the best beef. The Europeans love our beef. We got the best beef in the world. And I still feel like we're talking about, like, doing horrible things to cows because of Howard fucking Lutnick. The bleach Reich. Yeah, please bleach my eyes and ears, honestly. Heinrich Himmler.
Blowback within the United States from this decision?
Oh, I can't really comment for the United States, but I'm sure if the burgers are going up in price, there would be something.
And what do you want our leaders to do now? What do you want to see happen?
Oh, look, not knee-jerk react, but have a look at this protocol on the beef that's US beef for our country, and have a look at that and get on with it. If it's proven scientifically that it's safe, then let's.
How about we fuck America as much as we can? Howard Nutlick, yeah, literally a perfect joke for the woke Reich. Yeah, absolutely. Their accent is funny. I mean, that's your average Australian accent.
Get on with it and take away all these reasons that the president pointed out this morning.
He's from either Melbourne and Sydney. I would guess Melbourne or Sydney accent there. Can I offer you an egg in these trying times? Guys, I love you. Thank you so much for those jokes. Holy shit, that is so funny. I'm never gonna forget that. Ever. Okay, let's see who we can raid. I gotta go to the shops and buy stuff for Turkish food. Oh, cool. Cosmopolitics has only just started, and it's been a hot minute since we raided Cosmopolitics, so I feel like that would be a fun place to jump to. Now, thank you all. I hope you had a great time. Join the Discord, follow me on socials, drop a dono if you're feeling generous, and I will see you on Sunday for a chill stream, a fun day stream. In fact, we'll watch some Contra, we might watch some other, like, theory videos, I might play some games, it'll be fun. So, let's start this raid. Have a lovely night to all of you, and nice to meet you, Lettuce. I hope to see you again.